Welcome to the masturbating session. Oh, yeah, we've renamed it because masturbator experience was kind of making no sense. I just was desperate for that name. But, anyways, it's now going to be called masturbating session with myself, the host, the greatest wrestling reviewer ever, that no one ever watches, masturbator, and my pal here, Fender the Wolf, now known as Faye Wolf Storyteller.
Yep, yep, yep.
I'm the Jim Cornette of this whole business, and he's the Brian last.
Yeah,
Okay, you kind of accepted your role, huh? Anyways,
I hear at my project you got what Jim. I was Jim at my podcast. You what? I hear you got Jim right there.
I mean, yeah, but have a little bit more ambition. But anyways, uh, so normally we were planning on doing this stream on Monday, but due to the fact that my Wolf had a headache and nobody else was joining, we had to postpone it to Thursday, and this time Jim Cornette beat us to it,
But
which is
be fair,
hmm?
Jim. Be fair, Jim. You got bet. He got better play. Be fair, Jim. That got better technology. He sleep. He never sleep.
Yeah, but better technology is to be emphasized more,
No, I
and
said. I said Jim never sleep. You ever see Jim sleep at your ship?
I couldn't tell because I'm around the time that I'm cook finding up that he's posting videos, it's around it comes out in random time zones. But you know what? I'll also be a bit fair. He would have already recorded those podcasts. They just come out later. Like the
Yeah,
entire thing comes out right after multiple segments have been posted. But if it's not on YouTube, it wouldn't matter, right? So,
yeah.
normal, even though he beat us to it, I was hoping to have my podcast done before his experience drops, but apparently his whole experience was posted, I think earlier today or yesterday. Anyways,
I think.
hmm?
I think yesterday or yeah, yesterday. I saw it. I saw it yesterday.
Yeah, and I was planning on watching it. I know he's not going to like the things that I like, but uh, AEW full gear, everyone. And I'll be honest with you, no, not to go off on a and not to go off on a tangent. The last year one sucked for me. It
Same,
sucked badly.
same
Hmm?
here. I said same here.
It sucked. Yeah, yeah. It sucked badly. And the one huge turn off for me was Young Bucks beating FTR. It and then never having another rematch set up whatsoever. They just beat those guys with the move that they never beat anyone else with, and that was a huge turn off. They kind of killed MJF for me,
Bury
but
him.
bury him. And I'm so glad that he's away from the Jericho stuff because at least now he's picking up steam again. With the Jericho thing cooled him down.
Literally, make him do
Like,
dumbass.
yeah, go ahead.
Make him do dumbass gimmick. Dumbass center like dancing. Make him lose. Trick Jericho. Jericho. He do beat Jericho. Jericho. All we had lad like a fucking asshole.
And like all like that considered, if we just go back to the past and not know any of the stuff that they did, the whole match between Jericho and MJF was stupid because they're having a fight over MJF joining his group. And the whole premise is stupid. The main, like it was main evented by what do you call it, Eddie Kingston and John Moxley,
Yeah,
and it was right after like the full year of last year. Eddie was set up as a babyface, but you have this guy who never quits, and now you're pushing up as this babyface who never quits, and he continue to fight hard and whatever. And during his match with Moxley, he just quit, and they could have had any kind of match, but they decided to have the I Quit match,
yeah,
which would have buried either of them as tough guys or never or whatever, like they never say die shit.
yeah, yeah,
The lack of crowd makes it worse, and like that last pay-per-view was horrible, and people will say it was good. And, oh, what about Hangman versus Kenny Omega, which was all right at that point in time, but I had certain expectations but which didn't meet. But this one is a lot better, simply because of the fact that now there's a crowd and there are more experienced people working over there,
like CM Punk and Dan Bryan, Wilson,
and more to come. But yeah,
Azure Black.
they, hmm
Still, that still, it depends how EW use them.
that's that's true because but I forgot another one. The ultimate crowning achievement for Darby Allin to who finally defeated Cody Rhodes and ended up winning a championship, only to get his ass kicked by Team Tires, and it's thrown towards, I think, a garbage. I'm not remembering it right, and I don't want to remember it. They gave this guy his ultimate crowning achievement, and on top of that, they've had him. They did this long term booking with him that they said that they were going to do, which kind of paid off and was rewarding until they messed it up all over again.
Fuck.
And now another long term booking has has been achieved has been achieved, and this time they didn't try to bury it. But anyways, let's this one is a lot better than the last one.
Yeah.
In fact, AEW in itself has gotten a lot better,
Mm,
even if you compare it with 4 months ago AEW.
mm, ca- mm,
Now there are more experienced people working over there, and regardless of how they're used, match quality has gone for the better. They have a whole momentum towards their side.
yeah. Okay. Actually, they got mental, but got mental. But this, but 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 the how long that metal got alive? Use the same people.
See, you can consistently using in itself is not a problem, because if you're going to position them as top guys, you're going to have to use them. It depends on how well people take the booking consistently. Like nobody wants to see Young Bucks every week, or Jericho in that matter, because everything they do is garbage. I mean, people. of their audience will love it. But it's garbage. It's every week and it's a skippable thing. And even MJF, who's appearing a lot every week, he's doing something good. Punk has not done anything bad. And Bryan Danielson has had two great matches, but that's all he's been doing. But it's not a case of using these guys consistently because you have to keep reminding them that they're your top guys and whatever. I think the problem is if something is bad and they keep doing it, nobody's going to like it. And you can draw a good example with Cody.
Yeah, he
So,
he should
hmm?
be he should be a fate a fate. In reality, he fucking heel. He do heel tacit heel tacit. He don't want to be a fucking heel.
Yeah, more on that later. More on that in his matches. But so I said this before, AEW in itself has gotten better. So much so that there is more stuff of Jim Cornette praising it than Jim Cornette. Like he hates. Like I'm not going to say Jim Cornette hates everything, and he can get on with the times, but he's found himself bashing a lot of the stuff that they do, and now he's praising a lot of it, and some of those episodes were actually considered great. Like AEW Grand Slam, for example, was considered the best thing they've done. And you you can I will admit it has its problems and it still does, and we'll get to it, but it's gotten better. And I wish it was like that from the start because the whole full gear thing from last year turned me off until the arrival of CM Punk. I didn't watch anything that they did. I mean,
I
I
still not
catch
watch
up here
it.
and there, but that was just videos. Yeah, I don't blame you. And the thing I'm going to tell you of like, oh, we're going to cover a little bit of the dynamite too, because that was not good. But my point still stand. Like it has gotten a lot better these days, or maybe if maybe it didn't get better, it's just that WWE has gone bad. And you and myself will find on the other sides of the argument here. I haven't liked anything WWE has done. I couldn't care what they've done unless it's related to Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just put off with the fact that they keep releasing talent, and I just don't like their business model. I tried to get into NXT and I didn't like NXT.
Mm.
I don't know who's who. I don't know. It just becomes more comedy for me as well. And Raw itself, I couldn't care about Raw. I heard good things about the Kevin Owens thing, which I saw it in video, and I also find myself agreeing with the Kevin Owens thing being good. Roman Reigns has always been consistently good, and people keep saying that Omega is better. No,
No. No.
no way.
Ki-
Roman is
Well,
untouchable at this point.
yeah, he a bit lesser on the planet right now.
He's better than anyone's favorite wrestler at this point.
Yeah. Yeah.
But people, yeah, like anything Roman Reigns does is good to great. I've never seen him do bad thing, and it's still an amazing thing to me that this guy that I just wanted him to go away, right?
Yeah.
Let's say 2018, I wanted this guy to go away from my television. Not that he's bad, but the stuff that they're doing with him is tiring as hell. You may find me an asshole for saying this,
No.
but when he got leukemia, and I I was like wishing that this person gets over it, because nobody is going to wish a person to be dead by any sort of cancer or any terminal disease. But while people were kind of upset that he's getting leukemia, I was happy knowing that he's not going to be in television.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Nothing against the person, and once again, I need to emphasize that I, I wished him speedy recovery, but it it was a means to an end, and it kind of did wonders for Roman Reigns too, because nobody would have liked him if that didn't happen. At least now he has sympathy.
True.
Like, he was getting nuclear heat, and even if you get the Steel involved, and his rise to the top came at the expense of Braun Strowman, who was at that point in time the hottest thing going in WWE.
Yeah.
But you can't solely blame it on Reigns. You have to blame Lesnar for this as well, especially the crown jewel stuff that they did. But WWE in itself has gotten a lot. Maybe it didn't get a lot worse. Maybe it's just the fact that I found the alternative better. I couldn't give a shit about anything else besides whatever's going on with Reigns.
Me, I would say WWE upward. I'd just say WWE. Leisure talent, leisure talent. To me, they leisure talent that it not bad. They got quite new talent. Like you remember Better Than Dream? Remember Better Than Dream? They created
Mhm.
him, and Dolph there they created them. Created to be big star.
Later, man. See, maybe it's that. Maybe it's just they haven't changed itself, that I have changed, or maybe I've just gotten sick of it. But you have to consider this. Like, it's not okay. AEW would not be a competition. I think it needs to work itself on an like being an alternative. But right, like, if it needs to be an alternative. But excuse me if you're hearing some background noises. My bad. I'm just getting giving my dog food here. But think of it this way, like, at certain point in time, they have to realize that they can't keep depending on Lesnar. And look, I like Lesnar coming back in SummerSlam. I just, as long as he's not a world champion, I'm fine with him being there. But just how much are they going to depend on this guy?
A lot.
They're just refusing to create any stars. They're hell bent on Reigns, which is all well and good, but there's no one else. Even McIntyre.
They all create. Well, they are creating new stars like they would. They
But it
quit.
is now. And it's only because he's getting in a program with Reigns. And just like with everyone who is involved with Reigns, nothing against him again. Just look at what they've done. Besides Cena and Edge as the exception, I'm talking about this year. Cesaro had a great match with Reigns, was looked to be a top star, and then he's been doing nothing. I don't think he's even been on television a lot.
It's
Finn
all.
Balor,
Yeah, he been. It's all been terrible all day.
he keeps losing instead of at least
Uh,
building some credibility to him. He keeps losing every
no,
time I see him.
Oh no, Tozo winning. I should.
Hmm?
Tozo.
Cesaro? When has
Yeah,
he? I remember him ever since he lost to Reigns. He lost to Seth, like Seth Rollins twice. Then he disappeared,
he
and
beat
the next
Seth.
time I saw him,
He beat Seth Rollins.
yeah, beforehand. Oh, he beat him by disqualification. But I was going to say he has not done anything. He's cooled down a lot because he was in a main event program beforehand. He was undefeated, going facing Reigns, and now he's done nothing. There's no plans for him. Finn Balor came very close to beating Roman Reigns on two different occasions, and after his demon part lost to Reigns, even though he advanced to the finals of the King of the Ring, he he got his ass beat by Xavier Woods once again, not a problem. And now what has he been doing
Oh, winning matcher. He got one match the other day.
against Kevin Owens? Because that's the guy he faced this week. It was a good match, but he lost.
They're not bad. They're not bad.
Not a bad match, but I'm saying no one has a plan afterwards. Like they keep getting into these matches and they not doing anything. And Xavier Woods and look, Xavier Woods finally getting a shot at the like finally getting a top spot in itself is not bad, especially if your two other colleagues have already done it. But I don't think they're going after this program with Reigns. I don't think he's going to matter a lot. Not in the sense that he's not going to be doing anything big after that. But give me a minute. I'll be muting my mic because I don't want. Hold on. I don't want people to hear my background noises. You can continue.
Okay. Where he said what last night other day he was put Wolverine a limit. They had a situation Wolverine Lou he had a better knee to say what Wolverine gotta do it to to also interfere. Wolverine got drawified, but Wolverine was clever. He said I better knee to a king. Uh, you got to watch it how he did it.
I did it. Yeah.
Um, shit.
I'll also add to your point that Woods is the only one. I agree with you, Wolf. Okay, calm down for a second. I will, okay, Wolf, calm down. Calm down, Wolf. So I was going to say, I was also like adding to your point here, and it is Xavier Woods is the only one who has beaten Reigns, even if it's by disqualification. He has beaten Reigns ever since he came back, which is good. Not a problem. I just don't know if they're going to continue with this, is my thing. Because a guy has to be used consistently.
Yeah. To me, it set it up. It set it up when they were gonna take one way title after WrestleMania. He Brock Lesnar did take one way beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania. They were gonna be a guy take one way title.
I just hope, I just hope, like even ignoring everything going on with Reigns, because he's giving everyone a good rub until they asked to be used afterwards. Besides that, I don't like. I think they need real stars, Like the only thing that who are is Reigns and to some degree McIntyre. But they give me a minute.
Uh,
I still think they need to like this. I'm seeing this over reliance on Lesnar, and Lesnar doesn't even show up more. And that's like the real intrigue of the entire WWE going on is Lesnar getting a rematch with Reigns. But and I sure hope it's Royal Rumble. I don't want it to be WrestleMania. But
well, well,
I hmm,
Butler got suspended. Remember that in a storyline? Remember?
yeah, but I kind of seeing this as a setup for Lesnar to be the one to dethrone Reigns, and I don't think it should be given to Lesnar.
Hmm.
It's like ending something good with it's like ending something good with a bad taste. And like I said, Lesnar is great as long as he doesn't hold a belt. If he holds a belt, it's a completely different story. And I don't think anyone like I think whoever beats Reigns for the title becomes a huge star. I don't want that guy to be Lesnar because he doesn't need that rub. I that's why I was hoping it ends in Royal Rumble and someone who is a full time wrestler actually beats Reigns because at least he'll be set up as this big star.
Well, Mick Moore said a 40 block a walk. How about a 40 watt attorney? What saying most of the time he not 50 40 content.
You know what? I agree. Like Rock shouldn't beat Reigns too, even if he's like and whatever. But he's just like Lesnar. Why does he need to beat Reigns for the title? He doesn't need to.
Same thing Wayne beat a walk. What Wayne get out of it? He beat 40 watt. Nothing.
No, but like I said, Reigns can be built up this unbeatable beast, but like he doesn't get dethroned for the title. But if no one full time is beating him, then it just it's just counterproductive to
Yeah,
what this way is setting him up as. I don't think Lesnar needs to be the one to beat Reigns, and I don't think Rock needs to be the one to beat Reigns.
disaster.
I
And that
like John Cena, but I like even though I was kind of rooting for him, I think him winning the Universal Championship is a wrong move because Cena didn't even need that rub.
yeah, but that promo was amazing. That promo with him and Wayne was amazing.
Oh, definitely. No, like in the sense that Cena didn't need to beat Reigns, not the fact that this match didn't need to happen. The match really needed to happen, and it did wonders for the pay per view because it was the largest selling pay per view done by WWE. It's just the fact that I don't think any of these part timers need to be trained because they're already stars. The ones who need to beat him are people who desperately need to be stars.
Yep.
And you can have something with them as long as you put faith in them and stop relying on these part timers, but I don't see that happening. I wouldn't
Yeah.
be surprised if like Lesnar beats Reigns. It makes no sense to me, but WWE in itself hasn't been sensible or known to be sensible a lot. So at least, yeah, at least in that department, AEW has done better. But anyway, let's continue.
I try to be more on. AEW.
Yeah, I'll get to my reasons why. But so yeah, let's get to, because it's like 30 minutes and we need to like do a review. Let's start with Full Gear. And surprise, surprise, most of the time, you know what, I need to like mention this too. AEW started off with like a very bad match during the start, and it kind of becomes a turn off, and you kind of expect what you're going to get from them later on. But at least with All Out, even if you didn't think Eddie Kingston versus Miro was the best match ever, it still had a good start. It was a good enough match, right? So
Yeah,
now that they started off good with Rusev versus Eddie Kingston at All Out, and once again they started off great with MJ versus Darby.
yeah, that match was good. Uh,
Definitely.
yeah, yeah. I like it. I like the what how to move the match and getting, and I like the try start animate a pinhole. uh, Start J try animate quickly with a pen.
Hmm.
Diary inverted with a pen, depending on what the a foot. It was not too flashy.
It was not too flashy, but before I start like my give my thoughts on before I start anything with good, I just need to mention this little bad thing that happened. Right? Not anything with the match itself, but the whole story revolves on MJF disrespecting Darby in every way, insulting his dead uncle, bringing up his trauma, and then like injuring Darby Allen to a point he's not able to show up for at least 2 to 3 weeks, right?
Yeah,
And like going with that context, you would kind of expect Darby Allen to be a little bit more mad and try to have a fight with MJF, but
yeah, yeah,
it was
yeah. I
a
thought,
wrestling contest.
yeah. I thought you gotta go bash it same. Try get a tape. You try get a chair. Try beat your head in. It that kind of happened. Try happen with State for he tried to use it. He looked at State for. He said, "No, I'm not gonna hit you with State for." But
I mean,
still,
yeah,
he what looked like he did get shit.
yeah, for like a personal feud. Hold on, excuse me, I sneezed. So for a personal feud, something like I don't think it should be had it should have a payoff with a wrestling match. But then again, they did an angle where Darby did ended up beating MJF, beating him to a pulp, but MJF ran. So I guess he already said, I'm not going to have a fight with you at Full Gear. I'm going to have a wrestling match because I'm going to beat you up right now. So that's a cover up. Whether it's good or bad, that's another story. But at least that was what put weight to it, like MJF giving Darby the skateboard.
Yeah,
But I think it would have had a better weight to it if they had beat the shit out of each other more times, and then they gave him the skateboard, and then there's tension. Will
yeah,
he care enough to win, or just like want to hurt him? But besides, like that's like the only criticism I have.
yeah. Same here.
Besides, Oh my God. Besides that, everything else they've done is pretty good.
Yeah,
I, even though they said they're going to have a wrestling match, I liked how they started off with the lockup and like kind of tried to show how Darby is in the same footing as MJF because MJF said he's a better wrestler and Darby's a glorified stuntman. But Darby proved to him that he's just as good, if not better, than MJF.
yeah,
Not really, but kayfabe wise.
yeah,
And MJF was surprised
yeah.
that he
Oh,
can. He
yeah,
was surprised. He found himself get out wrestled, and the whole match was centered around a headlock takeover.
yeah. And Jedi tried pull out Rose pinned him. There already outpinned him. Jada, look, you see Jada face. He look apply said, "Wait, how the fuck did man outpin me, outroll me? I better wrestle him." Uh,
And I don't know if you watched the segment, but NJF said that he has to, like, he's so good he can beat Darby with a headlock takeover. And
uh,
that was a move that was centered around, like, that
uh,
played a part in the finish too.
what he said? Damn,
Yeah. Like,
damn, damn, damn.
that's why he tried to pin him after applying a headlock with him. And that's what I'm saying. Everything made sense. Even though they were going with the flashy stuff. Shut up, Meg.
He talking to me. He talking to me.
Well, welcome, Cyber Ninja Gaming. But I was going to say, even though the whole thing is centered around a headlock takeover, even though a lot of this was flashy and stuff, it made sense. It looked realistic. Darby's shit. Like I might have said this before, but every time he does a suicide dive, even his coffin drop these days. At first, it looked like shit, but at least now, every high flying move he does, it looks like it can hurt you.
Yeah,
Especially with suicide dive, because most people like touch the guy and the other guy just like gets pushed back. With
yeah,
Darby, it looks like he's really heading towards you like a
yeah.
crazy person.
Like it's being bullet.
Yeah, and like it looked like these guys are getting run over with the movies that is supposed to run you over.
Yeah,
But and that is something even someone I like CM Punk would is not able to do. But
or Seth Rollins. I like Seth
Seth Rollins,
Rollins.
Daniel Bryan,
Yeah, Seth Rollins he can do it. It not look dancing like Dark Army.
in fairness to Seth, I think he's supposed to play it safe because he has injured people, and I think that's the reason he's kind of holding back because there are certain things he's not doing. Maybe because adapting to the WWE style, but also because of the fact that he has injured these people, so he's trying to play it safe.
Oh yeah,
Not
oh yeah. He did interview before. Oh yeah, Finn Balor. Where am I?
well, AJ also kind of injured Roderick Strong, but it doesn't like reflect on him. I mean, accidents can happen. In AJ Styles' case, I think more like the people he had a style clash were in the wrong because they were not supposed to tuck their chin. But besides that, I don't think. But anyways, I like Darby's shit looks good, and it's even better than it's even better than the likes of his suicide dive is better than Daniel Bryan, CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and even Jay Lethal combined.
I know about that. I see Jay Leach's suicide. It looked like it looked clean.
But it's a case of a suicide dive is supposed to run, like have you run over the guy. These people just push him, and I'm not saying it theirs is bad in any sort of way. I think Darby's better because he runs you over with this. It really look like this can hurt you. The other thing just makes you feel like you're getting pushed. Not that it's bad because you have to kind of protect your opponent, but still,
True.
just a second. But everyone felt for that match. Darby felt his back, and MJF felt his knee to a perfection. He really, it really looked like it hurt him. Every time he had a counter for Darby, which involved him hitting Darby with his knee, it looked like it really hurt MJF. And there are certain points where he couldn't cover up Darby in time.
Yeah. And shit, what else we gotta say? Oh, and I love JS try a straight out wing. There are even adapt to a duty finisher coffin outside wing. That looked good.
Another thing, and my mother was watching it too, because like we have one TV, my mother's sick, we're in the
Oh,
same room, and in order to stay awake, she was watching that match. And she like a person who is not into wrestling and thinks wrestling's phony and shitty, she even liked that match.
oh, cool. Damn.
And it it was that how good the match was. And like but that like she was saying it was realistic, and my mother is saying a wrestling match realistic, that never happens. But my mother had a positive reception towards the entire pay-per-view, besides the one that are really, really bad.
Damn. That pool
But
right there.
but yeah, that match ruled, and I think that should have been the opener because at least they got their shit in before Young Bucks or anyone else like kind of buried whatever they did.
Oh, I didn't
They
want
shut up the fuck.
Yumba. I didn't want Yumba match. Alright.
I'll tell you, you if you've seen one match, you've seen them all.
Yeah, that why.
But so that match was so good, it kind of made people cheer for NJF, someone they would never see themselves cheering for because it's
Yeah,
cool to hate him, right?
yeah,
And he is an asshole, character wise.
yeah. He don't try to give it out of it.
And people were cheering MJF's name,
Yeah,
Darby Allin MJF, and that was like
yeah. And he said it Matt awesome.
and fight forever chants. But
Yeah,
I love that match.
yeah.
I wish they had a longer feud. That is another thing. AEW barely has a long feud going on. It was great, and there was interference. And even though Wardlow and Ty Dillinger, I'm going to keep calling him Ty Dillinger. I don't give a shit if he's called Sean Spears now.
That stupid name. That is a stupid name.
Maybe it's not as worse as Ty Dillinger, but he's always been Ty Dillinger for me, and he's done nothing.
I
Here's
keep
the thing,
getting.
Hmm?
I keep getting. I said I gotta say. I keep getting. He there. Ty Ziggler. I keep. I keep. I keep. I keep thinking he activity. Tiger. That 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 how he wearing it. He wearing it now. I keep getting he got fired already.
You know, his best work done is in NXT. And it's a shame in this company. Like, this guy was red hot in 2016,
Yeah,
besides Gargano and Champa. But that's my thing is, if this guy who did who was this great at that point in time. Wait, was it 20? Yeah, I think it was 2016. But
yes,
this guy who was this good, was this red hot, got a number, be his like whole selling point and have people chant that certain number, was underutilized in like in SmackDown, got released. I thought a guy like that would actually do do decent.
me too.
And all I'm seeing from him is that now he's getting orgasms from hitting someone with a chair.
Yeah, that he
In
fucking
a,
give it.
so in a stable that has MGF and FTR, this guy always feels like a third wheel.
Yeah,
And he was the first guy to be managed by what is that guy's name? Tully Blanchard. He's the first guy.
yeah. Listen now, he doing nothing. He just a hitman at JF.
He's another flunky, and MGF doesn't need another flunky because he already has Wardlow. But
Yeah,
that's what I'm. It he's always going to be fucking Ty Dillinger for me. Like, here's the thing, FTR was Revival. I knew them as Revival because like FTR was like a cool play. Like, because like they before that it was like fuck the Revival, and they kind of like add that to as their name, and that you don't know the meaning of, but
yeah,
FTR.
yeah. That's why I laugh. Say fuck the Bible.
And even though I think the Revival plays more with whatever they're doing, it's not their name. So I understand, but even I stopped calling the Revival and I started calling them FTR because their shit has been better. Maybe I think I'm overstretching a bit because their last year at least they've ended up winning three
Standing
tag team
title.
championships. Yeah.
Yeah, and
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 mm,
Hangwell Orton. Yeah, faster
true,
with Orton.
true. And it's a damn shame that like even besides that, like it's a damn shame that they've not been able to have a longer run, which they kind of deserve, or at least a second run. We'll get to that. But it's a damn shame that they're not being utilized as much as they should, but at least they're doing better than WWE. I mean, they've only got used a lot like around the last year when they were with WWE. Besides that, they were barely on television, despite other wrestlers wanting to work with them. They haven't done anything too stupid for me. It's just the fact that they're not getting what they deserve.
They'll
But
get they'll get buried. They'll get buried each time they're on television.
at least the burial of AEW is better than the burial of WWE.
I don't
Looking
know
at
about I don't know
Raw
about
25.
that. I don't know
Look,
about that. Remember, they'll say win matter.
oh, you got me right there. But anyways, maybe it's that maybe I just got around to calling them FTR. It's much like, but let's look at Daniel Bryan, right? He was
Yeah,
called Daniel Bryan. He was even though I already knew about his stuff in the independent scene, he would have been Daniel Bryan for me. But ever since he came to AEW, he has done he has had a lot of great matches. Maybe
Yeah,
some of them even better than his WWE ones, and he became Brian. I can call him Brian Danielson for me because he's doing great. Ty Dillinger is one of those guys I will never. Every time I look at him, I'm looking at what could have been, or maybe how the mighty have fallen. The
yeah,
most over guy in 2016 is now being relegated to a fucking flunky.
yeah, fucking funky.
And we've already brought this up before. Whoever thinks every wrestler who goes to AEW will surely get utilized well, just look at fucking Ty Dillinger.
Impact.
Pac has Pac has a lot going for him than Ty Dillinger at this point. But
Yeah,
just 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 put Ty Dillinger in the very front of this and you'll see
yeah.
it's not all that.
He hit Jane Wood. I mean Jane work. He hit Jane work.
Anyways, this is a match that we're going to be staying on this match for a long time. But yeah, Wardlow and Ty Dillinger showed up. Sting ended up brushing them off, but it kind of played well too because NJF used this as an opportunity to hit Darby with a diamond ring, giving Darby an out instead of having him get beaten flat in the middle.
Yeah,
And that's why I kind of wish the feud continued on longer, but it didn't. So
yeah.
at least it was a great match. I kind of hope they meet each other in the future too.
Yeah, yeah,
Great match,
yeah. Great
best
man.
match of the night.
Yeah,
So let's get on to what is the other match? The FTR versus Luca brothers.
yeah. I didn't like that match. I didn't like that match. I could have followed it, but yeah, shit.
I like the part where FTR is in control and they were playing. I don't know if you watched that, but remember when they were wearing masks?
Uh, no.
So I'll tell you how they ended up winning the AAA Tag Team Championship. They didn't come off as FTR, they came off as these luchadors called Super Frogs, where they were
What?
in green jumpsuits and a mask.
What the fuck?
Basically, they're hired by Andrade. They're hired by Andrade, and the whole thing is like because like MJF kind of loaned FTR to Andrade. What happened was he they came up as this mystery tag team, like how when Great Moolah ended
Yeah,
up regaining the women's championship, where she was like dressed up in like she was dressed up as a masked luchador,
yeah,
only to pin, only to be the surprise and to be the surprise lady. Well, FTR, it's the same thing. I liked when CM Punk was like, it's clearly FTR. They didn't really think things through because the jumps, if you're not conditioned to it, you would not like the jumpsuits because it can hold you down. So they basically beat Lucha Brothers as Super Frogs, and then they became went back to FTR. But as I was saying, I'm sure if you've seen the mask thing, you would. It was a nice play too because that's a pretty good way of cheating, where you wouldn't know who's who, and that kind of played a part later on, where
what?
Cash,
What
where
the?
Cash Wheeler, hmm?
That's it. So that why they're mad he not give pin?
No, 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 no. So I'll tell you like two things. It played off to the fact that they've won the like triple A tag team championship through this. But another thing is, if you both of you are wearing the same mask, right, you wouldn't be able to tell who's who. Like they can just come at any point in time, and both Dax and Cash had the same build, so you can easily confuse the ref as long as they're not looking at your face. I think that part was good, where they're just coming out at whenever they want to. There's one thing I didn't like, and that is if that is like what Dax doing the three amigos of Eddie Guerrero, and then was it Penta or was it Ray Phoenix who did the three amigos as a revenge?
Penta did it. Penta did it.
Penta did it. Okay, so two people did the three amigos in the same match. It would have worked with Dax because he's the heel and people were really booing him. Then he did it as a measure of revenge. Now that in itself isn't bad, but when you consider the fact that this same thing happened in two other matches, like same guy was having an homage on like two different times, I think it kind of I think doing the same thing over and over kind of buries
Yeah,
when it happened the first time.
yeah.
But it's not the fact that they did it or the other people did it. I would especially be annoyed with Jericho. I think he needs to be blamed for this whole thing getting buried. But at least, if you do one thing over and over, it's not going to. I think it kind of buries the whole purpose. But as you said, it was if you know what FTR could have had a great match with Luca Brothers when they ended up winning the Triple A Tag Team Championship. But if you're going to wrestle the Luca Brothers style of match, you will FTR needs to have a FTR match in order to have a good match.
Yes.
Because here's the thing, I like the Luca Brothers,
Me
but
too.
they're the same as young Bucks.
But the same young but they will listen to you. You criticize them. Young bud not gonna listen to you. You criticize them. Just shit.
Young Bucks stuff is more annoying, but I think it works with Luca Brothers because they're Mexican wrestlers, they're luchadors, and
Yeah,
luchadors get same kind of match. And if some it because they're appealing to the Mexican audience, right?
yeah,
I think doing Mexican lucha shit would actually works with them. But that's what I'm saying. They kind of with it's not just Luca Brothers. Like most teams are having the same kind of match, and that is what I'm saying. Is Luca Brothers might be good, but they're the same. Whatever they do is better than most, but it's still the same.
true. And not like way stereo basher. He put he still.
Rey Mysterio had experience, and whenever he does this high flying shit, it looks pretty. But another thing is, it works for them because he's a small guy, and for a small guy like him, of course, he needs to do high flying shit like Darby Allen. Darby Allen is small,
Yeah,
and his high flying shit looks good,
yeah,
and that is something he needs to do.
yep,
Everything else doesn't work with Darby Allen besides the high flying shit.
yeah,
And anyways, uh, Luca Brothers won by pinning the wrong guy. At least FTR had this out. where they're kind of screwed. But for fuck's sake, why is this is the second time? This is the second. This remember when we said like All Out is MJF's worst nightmare
Yeah,
because in the first All Out he didn't show up. In the second All Out he got pinned by John Moxley,
yep,
and in the third All Out he got submitted by Jericho.
yep,
I think Full Gear really hates FTR because the first Full Gear was where Young Bucks beat FTR. In the second one, they just lost to two Luca brothers.
yeah, yeah. You know that. Yeah, I think the people just hate fucking hate people hate the people hate SNRs and j- hate SNR.
And they can say, oh, well, they'll use more and now they're having heat, but, and oh, they've got screwed. But that's what I'm saying. These people got their ass beat 2 weeks straight
Yeah,
heading into the pay per view.
they had no win. They had no win later week.
Not a big win. And it, even before going into that, let's say AEW Grand Slam, before they got into a program with Luca Brothers, even before that, they got beaten by Darby Allin and Sting. And look, these two may be hanging around each other a lot, but they're not a tag team.
Yeah,
And I don't. And before that, they lost to fucking Latin America Exchange,
my
and
God.
that's like why aren't they should have like they kind of they deserve better. And you know what? This is kind of like maybe they're doing better than WWE because in for the 3 years they were in 3 to 2 years they were in the main roster, they were doing jack shit. They were barely used despite protests from other wrestlers. This one they're getting used a lot more, but if they never even they, I don't mind FTR. I don't think FTR needs to win every match they're a part of, but then it needs to be built off.
I do. I do. It you talk team. The SR be it a top team. Your top team, but your the top team losing every week. Did that top team that everything a job team make other team look good.
And you know what? That's probably a horrible comparison. Let me just put on my earphones in case you're not hearing any bad outside noises. But as while I was continuing, as as much as I hated the fact that they got beat by the Young Bucks in one match, they didn't even have a follow up or anything. I at least then FTR was built as this unbeatable team that steamrolled through the entire division, ended up winning the tag team championship. In this one, they've lost
That
a lot more. And I've brought this up to you before, Wolf,
yep
but
yep
the last pay per view win FTR had was all out of last year.
yeah
That's the very last pay per view win.
yeah
They haven't been winning a pay per view for more than last year now, more than
yeah
1 year.
yeah
And maybe it's the fact that their contract is coming up, and I don't see them anywhere besides AEW at this point. But
New Japan.
what? Yeah, but even New Japan's tag team roster is kind of thin, and I don't know how their style of wrestling is going to gel with the audience of Japan, but I think it still needs to be an American team. I mean, they really need their contact extended, but they need to be like, look, the way you've used me is shit. Unless you're giving me another title run, I'm not going to show up.
I, I did tell him kind of look at that. Tell him look at that. Do a more act down. Say here, here. But I'm not gonna give you no title shot.
Well, whatever, but at least I, I don't mind as long as they get a longer and a proper title run because they were tag team champions for how long?
A
They
week.
ended up winning it all out, and then they lost it to Young Bucks. I think they deserve a proper and a longer title run.
Yeah,
These teams who steamroll through an entire division shouldn't lose in the very next pay per view after the one that they ended up winning the title at.
yeah,
And even if, let's say, you're going to have the Luca brothers beat FTR, and that's why I said FTR doesn't have to beat everybody, but let's say, just for the sake of argument, okay, maybe they deserve to lose. Then why did you kind of have these teams beat up FTR for 2 weeks straight?
yeah. Not make them look. You just make them look bad. Not take them serious. They don't credibility. It's your credibility.
Not only did they have heat coming in because they were already cooled down, because they keep getting their ass handed to them by Cody, Pac, and the Lucha brothers for 2 weeks straight. They ended up, at least I legit thought they would win the tag team championship. But you know what? I will say this: AEW, when it's really good, is really really good, makes wrestling really really good, makes you proud to be a wrestling fan. But AEW, when it's really bad, when it's really really bad, makes the entire wrestling product really really bad.
Yeah, it makes you make your head. It makes you scratch your head about your thing.
This could have turned me off real bad, but at least they kind of get screwed up in this one, and there were other matches I was looking forward to. But just give them a title run. Why why is it that Young Bucks gets to have a title reign for almost an year? Like throughout the entire year they have been champions. They lost to the Luca brothers, okay, I didn't mind that. But why isn't FTR champions? Poor guys, they had great matches throughout, and whatever. What can I say? What can I say that hasn't been said already? Anyways, you want to say something before we move on?
Oh, I always say what I say.
Okay then. Like you have nothing else to add, all right then. So what was the other match? Um, Let me look. Oh shit, I can't even look. But anyways, can I look? Hold on. Can you hear me, Wolf?
Yeah, I hear you.
All
Um,
right, because I'm opening another tab. I'm using my phone, so I don't know how long I'll be there. Hold on. Let me see. Full Gear
uh,
2021. You
what?
know,
I mean, uh, what in that match? Dan Bryan, what's that? That one that match?
yeah, yeah, that was the match. You know, I'll probably consider calling Rusev Miro now,
Hmm?
as much as the first impression sucked. he has gotten really, really good,
Does you? Does you?
but it took a longer time for that. So he's
That
still
way.
not forgiven for his earlier run, but at least now he's doing really, really good.
Yeah. I not. Yeah. I understand what you not giving him. That was his fault. But like that.
And like now he's cutting promos on God. Like it's a silly concept, but it works with him. He's shown as this crazy person,
Uh,
and all. Mhm.
I didn't know about that. He he give it talk about God.
He's talking about how God has forsaken him, how he's given him this weak body where his neck is always the issue, and he's going to he's angry at God. He's going to make God pay by punishing all his creation before he finally forgives him. Like God really forgives Miro and like comes back to him. The way
Ah
it's done, it
ah
really looks good.
ah
His del-
that might be he owe give it long time ago. He owe give it he wear a he was a caveman.
I mean, I'm probably not remembering that, but it's a silly it's a silly concept, but it's executed so well. I I actually like this, and you know what? I was kind of looking forward to Moxley versus Bryan and get well better. Moxley, I hope. Like you know what? Moxley kind of deserves kind of a. I don't want to be an asshole, right? Because I already said the same thing with Reigns with leukemia, but I think him going to a rehab from for me personally, I think he should
Yeah
because and I'm going to not divulging my personal life, but it does suck having an alcoholic father.
I know
And
it's fair. I know. I not got real much for like I understand. Virtual life.
yeah, and the fact that he's doing this, he has enough courage to actually get help and be a good father to his child. I think that's something I really support. Another thing, Moxley kind of needs a time off because here's the thing,
He not look so
just
he not look so good. He lost his
not
muscle.
that, yeah, especially that is something he looks like shit these days. But another thing is he's at a point in time where he's not been utilized well for a long time, right?
Yeah,
Ever
yeah,
since he lost that championship, he has not been utilized well for a long time. I
yeah,
thought they were going something with the Tanahashi feud, but it didn't pay off. I thought
yeah,
he's going to turn heel to fresh thing up, but he's kind of gotten stale.
yeah. He turned boring. That's saying something.
Yeah, his matches haven't been good. He's kind of gotten boring. He's turned stale,
Yeah, he messed
and
it slow.
when you like, he's another thing is 2 years ago and even last year, the company kind of needed him, but the company doesn't need him anymore.
Yeah, he was Stone Cold. He was Stone Cold. Now, now he's not Stone Cold no more.
He's a cosplay Stone Cold, but that's what I'm saying. He kind of needs to go away for a while, and
Come,
I'm glad he is.
come Stone Cold again.
Yeah, and another thing is, I thought I think a heel turn would have spiced things up, but the even if he turns heel, he's never going to get to the top because the whole top spot is reserved.
Yeah,
But another thing to mention is he's like he may need the company, but the company doesn't need him because they've already had these many people joining their roster. And just like with Jericho, just like with Jericho, Moxley can go away for a while and nobody would miss him. In the
Yeah,
sense that, yeah, he's kind of over, he's still over, but if
but
he's not doing anything, just might as well write him off for a
yeah,
while.
yeah. The moment he come back, he had Cedric with CM Punk. He attacked CM Punk, and then Brian, he said, "Dude, all you motherfuckers got about me."
I would have loved to see a program with him and CM Punk. But you know what? I would have loved to see a program with Brian Danielson as long as Brian Danielson wins the world championship. But oops, spoilers. But you've already seen the pay per view. You wouldn't have come here otherwise if you are. But
Heyman paid one. They, they that opponent right there. They invite win. They'll pick. They picked a lot of people.
yeah, we get to that. We'll get to that. We'll hold that thought off. But Moxley's gone. Even though I was kind of looking forward to a heel turn, I think he needs to go away, and I think he should go away, broke from a professional and a personal standpoint, and get better. Get well soon, Moxley. And I hope you come back and look better than the last time you showed up. But asides that, I think Miro is a good replacement, and I think like unlike everyone who went through hell to reach the semifinals or quarterfinals, I think Miro just coming in and immediately getting put in the semifinal round works for him.
Yeah,
And he beats Orange Cassidy, get rid of Trash Miro. And if there's one thing once again with the MJF thing, I think the build up, I think at least MJF had a good build up that didn't pay off in the match. I think this one didn't have any build up. Even if it's like a last minute thing, Brian Danielson just fucked off to facing two different people that
yeah,
had nothing to do with the feud. And Miro, on the other hand, didn't like attack Brian whatsoever. And
yeah.
look,
I find that strange. I find that strange. Rusev supposed to be a monster, right? Damn boy beat him. Beat him. I expected that Rusev get up, tap Dan Bryan, slam him on the table, beat the shit out of him. No, he damn boy just walked off, chair, go his next match. I looked at him and said, what the fuck? That it? That it? Rusev got
I didn't. Go ahead.
Rusev got do just shit? Okay.
Maybe I didn't mind that, but I think the feud itself, like if Rusev kind of beat this guy down before Full Gear, maybe I could maybe all right. But if this guy is going to it's like they had like 1 week, and in this span of 1 week they could have kind of tried to build interest. Besides that, oh, these two are facing each other in a match. And if you're going to head to into a pay-per-view, you have like a week to prepare, and you do jack shit, and which is a complete opposite to what they did with CM Punk and Eddie Kingston. And that's what I'm saying is, I kind of wish this would have been acknowledged before they ended up facing each other in a pay-per-view, because it makes no sense otherwise. Like, give Brian Dennison to be mad. Instead of just like have Miro beat this guy down, and then instead of like shaking the hand, Brian Danielson goes right out of Miro, and that's what I'm saying. They didn't have a build up, and it's completely inexcusable. Even if it's a tournament thing, it's completely inexcusable because there is they just forgot about each other's existence until the pay per view.
EW. Do you think? Oh, the fan get always get shit about a wrestling, not the storytelling.
Maybe that, but at least 1 week you have an entire week and you didn't do shit with it. What the fuck's wrong with you? But like I said, completely opposite to Punk versus Eddie, because Punk versus Eddie was like a last minute thing that paid off well.
Really? That last minute thing?
That they had one segment where they killed it and they instantly generated intrigue and interest. Besides the fact that these two are pretty good, this one had no build up and was completely dependent on the fact that it's a match between these two instead of why are these two mad at each other. I'll get to the Punk versus Eddie and I'll tell you why loved it. Now, I didn't hate the match between Miro and Brian. I think I like the part where Miro is a better ass kicker and Brian has to either exploit the weakness of Miro, the like his surgically repaired neck, or try to out wrestle Miro because that is where he's having a chance. Brian Danielson is at his best when he's fighting from underneath,
Yeah,
and he was fighting from underneath here. Rusev was had like a body of steel, so unless you're hitting his weak spot, you have to out wrestle this guy.
yeah,
You're never going to go anywhere trying to beat the shit out of this guy because he'll beat the shit out of you.
yep,
There's even a spot where he's just allowing Brian to kick him, and Brian Danielson's kick was built up as this deadly thing that you want to avoid, but Mir is just taking it and not getting affected.
yeah. I like that. It showed that Nero is a monster, like tank monster.
He has freakish strength and toughness, and yeah, he has freakish strength and toughness. He has the body of steel,
Like Hercules.
but Brian is more experienced. He knows about the
He
injured
will
neck.
he will body.
Yeah, he constantly targeted his leg, and like he didn't like he always lose a beating the shit out of you contest. But if we try to out wrestle him or hit him at his weak point, like his leg or neck, he would fare much better.
Yeah,
And to run over things quickly, Brian Danielson performed a top rope tornado DDT and then had him in a guillotine choke, which
yeah.
instantly because okay, you go ahead.
I, lo- I, I want to get a DZ show. I, lo- I love I love that part. Then by put him on DZ show.
Hmm.
th- Uh, they was try to get him off him, let him up. I barely remember a match. Barely a
No, no,
match.
no. It was a label lock, I think.
Yeah,
Maybe a
yeah,
label lock,
yeah,
but he managed to get out of that. But like, here's the thing: I don't know if you how much you've been watching AEW, but Brian Danielson's whole thing is that he can beat you with anything. There is no such thing as finisher for him. He has beaten multiple people multiple different ways, and this one it's basically a guillotine choke
yeah,
after it was followed by a tornado DDT from a top rope because the whole thing is Miro's weakness is his neck, so they built around that,
yeah,
and the
yeah,
whole Brian beating Miro with a guillotine choke after a DDT works not only because of the fact that Brian can beat you with anything, that's how he's presented in AEW, but another thing, it plays off with everyone beating Miro only works if they're kind of if because if you're going to establish Miro's neck as a weakness,
That Mommy
I
Carino. That Mommy Carino.
yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
if you're going to play up to the fact that Miro's like weakness is strength, sorry, Miro's weakness is his neck, then if any person beating Miro needs to utilize the neck because otherwise you kind of burying whatever you were establishing.
Yeah.
So it works with Brian. I didn't think it was bad that he
I liked
beat.
it.
Yeah,
I liked it. That my favorite movie. That Terminal DT. I said, you know, I found technician master.
and that's
Uh,
something I didn't see for a long. I don't think I've ever seen this before. While you're looking what's going on, let me look at the next match. Oh, it's the Wolf time, baby. I hope you.
yeah.
Okay, Wolf. It's a wolf biting time for you now. The next match. Oh, you want to add anything further?
I gotta say that I never see Eternal DT turn a circle. That
Mm-hmm.
why that why I always say that by it about technician aside Will Osprey.
I would say Zack Saber Jr.
I mean that's a scissor. That's a scissor.
You
They
know what? I go ahead.
I said, wait, didn't I fate him before?
One time, but it was around the time Zack Saber Jr. was green.
Oh, oh, oh,
But mhm.
it no quit on there. Final matches.
I'll say this. I would have agreed with Zack Saber Jr. being the better technician from 2014 to let's say 2020. Some of them were around the time Brian was not even there.
Yeah,
2014 and 2015 and 2016 and 2017, Brian never wrestled. 2018 was very wrestled, and he has to be safe, so he didn't really go into next gear. While Zack Saber Jr. did had what do you call it? He had time to
holy still.
he had a lighter schedule. He can do this shit, and he never really had an unsafe match.
Yeah,
It got a bit of a counterproductive thing because if all he's doing is you I like the fact that people slow down, but you have to kick it to next level, and I don't think Zack Saber did any of that. But at least I think
no.
whatever he does is I think whatever he does, I kind of I can excuse that. I will say Brian is despite Brian might not be a better technician than Zack. I'm talking about Daniel Bryan, not Brian Danielson right now. I think Daniel Bryan in 2018, 2019, and 2020 was not a better technician than Zack Saber Jr., but he was a better performer.
Yeah,
Zack Saber was a better technician.
yeah,
So I felt like his wins in the best technical awards was earned, but that is Daniel Bryan that I'm talking about. Bryan Danielson in AEW is, I think, and it's maybe I don't know how many matches of Zack Saber you watch these days,
a
but I
lot.
think have you watched any of his matches in G1? I don't know. Like
Oh, gee.
I
I thought you said any match,
No, this year. I'm talking about this year.
Oh no, no, no.
I think Brian Daniel. It's not a fair comparison, but if we compare 2021's Brian Danielson to AEW's Brian Danielson to, let's say, a recent one like 2020 Zack Sabre Jr., I think 2021's Brian Danielson is a lot better as a technician because now he can finally stop holding back whatever he's doing. He doesn't have to rely on a knee and a label lock to win his matches. He can beat you with anything, just like how Zack Sabre Jr. can beat you with anything,
Yeah,
and it works. I think now Brian Danielson has gotten become a better technician than Zack Sabre Jr.
yeah,
And I know Dave Meltzer is going to give him a fucking award this time, simply because of the fact that Zack Sabre Jr. has not been under the radar these days. But
yeah,
another reason is now that Brian Danielson is in AEW, he never had a 5-star match before he came to AEW.
yeah,
Even some of his best matches with Kenta, with Tyler Black, with Nigel McGuinness, he never ended up winning a 5-star. Now, all of a sudden, he's having a 5-star match with
yeah,
Kenny Omega.
yeah,
So I can see Dave Meltzer making him the best technical wrestler of this year. And you know what? If he didn't win, it's bullshit.
yeah. Bullshit. I bet he got to get a fucking camera up.
Oh hell no. Dude can't even lock up properly. But anyways, it's wolf biting time, baby. The
Wait.
next match is Jurassic Express versus Young Bucks and Adam Cole.
Oh god. Oh fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
I'll start off with this poor Adam Cole. I don't know how much have you watched it.
I I didn't watch it. Wait, Alco, what in that match?
Yeah, he was in that match.
Oh, you
And
fucking
I'll
kidding me?
I'll tell you, ever since he came to AEW, every time he had a single match, it's always great. Nothing bad to say about his single matches. But he had
He Lasso? Nobody talked about that. Nobody. I just
he
hear about CM Punk, fuck the other, but that it. Nobody talked about him.
there's a good reason. Every time he had a
Why?
single match, because he had 3 single matches. He wrestled a lot more than that, but he had a 3 single matches, and every time he wrestled, he had a single match. It's always great, good to great, which is expected. However, most of the time, he is constantly teaming up with young bucks.
Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Fuck the young buck.
Whatever he's trying to do gets buried with the young bucks. Anyone, it, you know what? I can't believe this. With even with someone like Brian Danielson, who's known to bring the best out of everyone, he brought the best out of Kenny Omega. Have Kenny Omega have the best match ever since he came to the AEW,
Oh my
and
god.
the young bucks are so bad they even hold Brian Danielson down.
Oh my fucking god. He young buck the opposite people respect out of you. They are we they are we work shit out of you. You know they with you nothing. You hang out with them, you're not gonna get nowhere.
And
It's
you know what? I kind of like Kenny Omega a lot more than the young bucks because if you put him with someone like Brian Danielson, you can have a great match. Even Nick Jackson, If you put him alone with Bryan Danielson, he can have a great match, but not a great match, good match. Kenny Omega can have a great match if he's put with the right opponent. Every time Young Bucks have an opponent, they instead of going up to their level, they always bring the others down to their level because they can never stop doing their shit. They
Wait,
have to do everything and end it the worst way possible. And this is the case here. They have Adam Cole. They're putting poor Adam Cole, and they're having Adam Cole team up with them constantly.
what the fuck?
He had three singles matches, just three single matches. He had like what 9 matches, and six of them were tag team matches with the Young Bucks.
What the fuck? They 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 are forcing him to be a fucking hitman or something.
I don't know, and apparent. I don't like if he's the hitman of the Young Bucks. I think a hitman has another hitman in the name of Bobby Fish, who tried to because Adam Cole had a landed
Wait,
a hit on Jungle Boy, and
wait,
Bobby Fish
Buffett, what them too? What the fuck?
not like he started off as a hitman because like he started off as a hitman for Adam Cole and the Young Bucks because he was trying to beat Jungle Boy down, but it didn't work. He never became a full member. I think he became a full member now, but more on that. But
Oh my god! Oh my god! Buffett doing nothing no more. He doing nothing. He just a fucking a hitman, a hit a stool for a young buck.
and like I said before, this whole thing, Young Bucks can never get out of the way, and maybe they need to because if you're going to keep having the same matches, you're not helping anyone. They had Christian Cage. Jungle Boy can be good when he wants to. Luchasaurus, I don't give a shit about him at this point.
Yeah, I don't give a
And they
shit
had
about him.
Adam Cole. And when I say like a tag team match, I'll even go as far to say in AEW Anniversary, it was Adam Cole, Young Bucks, and Kenny Omega versus Bryan Danielson, Christian Cage, and the Jurassic Express.
The fuck?
And this Bryan Danielson still had a bad match. You have a bunch of veterans working with you, and you getting a bad match out of them. In this one, they had a false count anywhere match between Jurassic Express and Superclick.
How the fuck? How you make a bad match a fork out anywhere? It's simple to do. Just get be a ball, make it like it's all the weather be a ball. Get chair. Not try to be. That would be a water match.
Hold
Oh,
on.
oh yeah, young buck can fight shit. They can do punt and shit.
Le jump. My bad. Wolf, you this?
Yeah, there.
Okay. Because as I thought someone joined, but anyways. Okay. Let me see. So let me wrap my head around. So yeah, you want to know how they can have a bad false continuity match?
Yeah,
Just having a Young Bucks match, but with
yeah,
chairs, ladders, and tables.
yes. That easy. That easy to do.
And you know what? They've once, they went over at least 30 minutes. It felt like an hour to me. And that's where my mother was like, what a bunch of cartoon characters there are. And I feel bad knowing that they had Adam Cole be considered one.
Oh my
It
god. got poor Alco.
They think like even she was like they're kind of doing too much, and they are. They were going like it's like a bunch of choreographed bullshit, where one where one of the young bucks was like he basically like Jungle Boy basically threw young bucks to a turnbuckle. Young bucks jumped up and decided to throw a elbow drop to Luchasaurus, who was on the table. And then Young Bucks, sorry, not Young Bucks, but Jungle Boy did the same thing to Nick Jackson, where he put them to a table.
What the
And
fuck?
like they just, if these two are fucking tag team and they're being dicks to their own partner,
What the fuck? the hell?
Christian Cage and Cole were absent throughout, and no, actually Cole was there to pretty much take all the bumps, where getting thrown towards a fucking ladder, getting thrown towards the chair. He had this fake blood on. It looked fake to me. Where it's
Oh,
covering his Adam. I'm talking about Adam Cole. It didn't look like he was bleeding. It looked
uh,
like he had a paint on.
they'll do it again. They'll do it again. Make face you fake boy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Fuck you, idiots.
And oh boy, excuse me. But Christian Cage was not present throughout. But it's just a bunch of comedy, and I'll tell you other stupid things that happened. One, I'll start off with this one. So basically, you remember they got a bunch of thumbtacks in because, of course, thumbtacks have to be there.
Yep.
They were feeding it to Jungle Boy, the thumbtacks, a fistful of thumbtacks. They put it inside Jungle Boy's mouth,
Wait,
and
what the fuck?
Adam Cole had him in a camel clutch. And my mother said right there, like, what if some of those thumbtacks get inside his throat by accident?
I
You
really
would pretty
heard.
much kill the dude. You would
Yeah,
pretty much kill the dude.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But they supposedly bullet been there. Look, they'll do that. They'll tell it all that was a fake.
Being in a camel clutch position with thumbtacks in your mouth is a dangerous sport. It is a stupid sport.
Yeah.
And I've seen a spot like this done before with Jay Briscoe versus Adam Cole. But Jay Briscoe was in a position where he was just sitting up and he was fed thumbtacks only to get super kicked. It's not as dangerous as whatever they did here. But anyways, they put thumbtacks in Jungle Boy's mouth, put him in a camel clutch, and this is where even my brother chimed in because he was about to leave for work and he's like, "What the fuck is this?" So, but he was in a camel clutch position. Young bucks were running from one rope to another, over and over, and suddenly they kissed Adam Cole.
What?
This is it's like their thing for a long time before Adam Cole joined NXT, but it made no sense here. Made absolutely no sense. Even he was like, "What the fuck is this?"
What
So
the fuck? Oh my god.
I feel so annoyed with the Young Bucks. Apparently, they're doing the Macho Man stick where he's
N-
pointing towards the sky. You know how Randy Savage points towards the sky?
yes. Yeah.
They're doing
No.
this trick with like Matt Jackson or one of the Young Bucks was doing this trick constantly, and I feel disgusted. I
Yeah. I
feel like it's
first.
a disrespect.
Yeah. I first tested a Martian man.
Not the fact that like I don't think Young Bucks are trying to disrespect Macho Man, but the fact that they're doing it is a disrespect in itself.
Yeah. In that
But
match, in that match, it's
mm,
shit. He do it. That match is shit. Macho Man looked at it and act like he thinking that, hey, don't point at me, motherfucker, motherfucker.
don't point at me, motherfucker. Oh my god! But that's I'm not going through the entire match. I'll tell you the worst ones, right? So another spot is, you remember the all-out spot with the thumbtack shoe?
Yeah, I hated that.
They decided to do this one again, but with three people instead.
What the
So
fuck? What the
instead
fuck?
of a instead of a thumbtack shoe, they have a thumbtack knee pad where they have the thumbtack knees. Sorry, where they put the thumbtack knee pad on their knees, and then
Um,
they do the BTE finish,
what
BTE trigger. Sorry, where
what the
three people hit Luchasaurus with the neck in the head with the fucking thumbtack knee pad.
what the fuck? What the fuck?
And go ahead.
Yeah, you about love spoiling a fucking business. Watch it business. They love that shit on it. They love that shit on it.
Hmm.
I,
And go ahead, go ahead.
they wonder why people hate them. Hate them. They want what other whacker they'll show them respect. Just shit. Like other teachers talk shit to him. Other teachers talk shit about them before. He called them a searcher for them.
Hmm.
Yeah, and Jim that show those spread don't wonder why Wacker hate them. This shit. This why you guys don't show spread a business. You guys say you love.
Painting their own picture. But this one pisses me off because once again, you just like the thumbtack spot, this is another dangerous one too. Because even if you're doing it to a guy with a mask, you have a whole knee at the front part of it filled with thumbtacks. They never understand that they could pretty much blind a person with this. Hit him in the wrong part in the ear and the guy's fucking deaf. You hit him in the wrong part in the
Yeah,
face, the guy's fucking blind.
yeah,
And it's not a finish of the match. Three people do the BT trigger, not a finish. Because Jungle Boy saved them and suddenly Luca brother is up. Sorry, Luchasaurus is up. And you doing dangerous spots and they're not the match enders and suddenly these people are back up. Not only are they not selling this, they're doing this and it means nothing.
yeah.
And I started feeling bad, and it's not just like this. They've done a lot of shit that could have been match enders, but they weren't. They went on for half an hour, if I'm getting the time straight. Goes too long, goes too overboard.
Oh
Jungle
god.
Boy with a ended up winning with a concerto.
Yeah.
That Matt Jackson ended up selling later on. Makes this whole. I made the mistake of watching this because I felt like I was going to skip one match and I don't want to feel like an asshole skipping like two matches or whatsoever. But I made this mistake of trying to watch Adam Cole, even though I should have known what he's going to do. I should have seen the signs the moment they had him dress up as one of the Ghostbusters with Kenny
Wait,
Omega
what?
and Young Bucks.
Uh, dear God. He tried to fucking go for why? Why?
for a Halloween match with the Dark Order that they lost.
Oh, that's stupid. That's fucking stupid. That
I
we
should have
fucking
realized.
stupid.
I should have realized that I like any semblance of an entertaining match is lost with him. I was just here to trying to show this to my mother a bunch of. I'm just trying to show my mother a bunch of cartoon characters, but I made the miss. It's a long match that
Dude,
almost turned me off.
I can't try not what I decided not watch that match. I think I dropped my laptop out of window. How stupidity, stupidity, stupidity. I seen watch that match.
And you know what? Nothing against One Dragon, but the moment he said Young Bucks is his favorite team and the best tag team, in the same conversation when you put FTR in it, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I would show him this match.
I think he will like that match. I think he will like that.
Of course he, of course he will. But
I
it
one time I show him. He said, "Remember this same person said with where oh waited."
oh god,
Y- Yeah,
I can like there was a point in time where I think they were the best tag team in the world, and that was probably because I was just seeing highlights of the match. And in the highlights, you're always seeing the good stuff, right? Like you're only seeing a bunch of high spots, so I didn't pay too much attention. But
yeah.
no way in hell they're the best tag team. I refuse to believe. I would argue with everyone in the world saying that Young Bucks are not the best tag team at all. They're not even good.
They're not good at all. They're just stunt performer. They're just stunt performer.
They were improving in New Japan in 2018, where they were slowing down and they were selling their back when they actually learned to sell, and they were kind of slowing down, but not now.
Yeah, they're not
They've
now.
gone back to their old habits.
Yeah, they're just they're just fucking they're just fucking very carrier. They're just very carriers.
If you can get a bad match out of Brian Danielson, you suck.
And you get a bad mat a fall out anywhere. Something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. Don't match it easy to do.
Brian Danielson can have a good match with someone like Big Cass. You remember that dude?
Yeah,
The tall one from the Enzo Amore team?
yeah,
He had a good match with Big Cass, and somehow Young Bucks were having a bad match with this guy. Okay, yeah, all right.
yeah, yeah. I remember him. That was a good match. You tell
And
me,
Big Cat is the drizzling shit.
yeah. That tell me that.
Now, fuck the Young Bucks. I hope Adam Cole. If there's one reason I want Kyle O'Reilly out, is probably because I'm in this hope that Adam Cole would leave the team, fuck over all of them, because there's already they just got this guy here, got him back with Kenny Omega and Young Bucks, and suddenly Kenny Omega hates this guy all over again. where you
Yeah,
think Adam Cole is the flunky,
yeah,
where he's trusting yet the Young Bucks, Kenny Omega is trusting Young Bucks over Adam Cole.
yeah.
So,
That I was afraid of. Al Alco the young buck 20.
but like Young Bucks are willing to work with him, Kenny Omega isn't. But that's what I'm saying is the reason I'm kind of hoping for Kyle O'Reilly to leave WWE and hopefully Roderick Strong is because once they leave, they'll be with Adam Cole and Bobby Fish, and that would give an excuse for Adam Cole to leave this group. Because as long as he's there with them, he's never going to get to the next level. Just like with fucking Rusev, sorry, Miro.
Well,
He started off teaming up with the job guy. He was held down to the job guy's level. And now, once he finally started breaking out on his own and getting a little bit serious, he's actually doing great.
well, that could
Adam
be a
Cole,
long time. Al Riley Lee Dummy. He ain't happy. Same like Outlaw. Both the people happy, Dummy.
his contract's coming up, but there could be a possibility that he's resigning. But and a part of me wants to see Kyle O'Reilly win the NXT Championship, but he needs to leave. He needs to leave bad.
I don't know, man. But that's pretty good.
Yeah, but at least he'll be saving his best friend from Young Bucks.
I like dating. Well, that his fault. That his fault. You should stay at the T. You should stay at the T.
True, but Adam Cole was heading to the main roster, and
Al,
I
Alco had an interview. Oh, I had no problem with Joey.
no, no, he doesn't have, and Vince like was really nice. I'm not trying to say that like people like Vince McMahon was just like going to be a dictator. I'm just saying that if you're leaving him under the care of Bruce Pritchard and John Laurinaitis, I don't think Adam. I have this unshakable feeling that Adam Cole would have been worse if they're fucking up Keith Lee. I didn't have too much hope for Adam Cole.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
maybe yeah, but I'm glad that he left WWE for AEW. But I also have this feeling that he did this for this, dressing up as a Ghostbuster.
Yeah, I think he did it for Camera, make Camera happy. Tell Camera happy. I brought that closer. You
I mean, his best friends, his girlfriend, and his idol were there. Personally, don't blame him for going to AEW, but
still, a pretty hate it there. Camera. He don't like him.
well, this
He,
makes no sense either way. I wish
he
he
not
just.
work. He's still not work. He's still not working with him. He's still not working with him. Camera and Alco. They not had a storyline shoulder.
Yeah,
I
they,
think
they, they didn't have a match, and I thought he's like, if the long term plan is him going to like fucking over Kenny Omega and becoming the leader of this elite group. Okay, but then they're still going to be teaming up with the Young Bucks. If you're not going to put Adam Cole in the spot, having him have singles matches that actually showcase his talent, or like you know what, don't put him up with just don't put him with Young Bucks, and that's one thing I like. I'm going to go a little bit of the things that happened in Dynamite after Full Gear, but at least he's teaming up with Bobby Fish, and even though he's participating in a tag team match once again, It's someone who has talent, and it's not the Young Bucks.
Yeah, like like it remind me of like it one of the third era member, right? Fifth.
It's as long as it's not the Young Bucks.
Yeah, I find he kicking him away a young buck.
Hmm.
Hold on.
Just get Young Bucks out of away from Adam Cole. Have Adam Cole do a restraining order with everyone in the elite. Because you're never going to go if you're trying to establish Adam Cole as a star, you're not able to, especially if he's getting overshadowed. And that is something Tony Khan needs to learn. And Adam Cole himself needs to learn. He's in a spot where he's in a business where he can choose to work with, do whatever he wants. And the fact that he's not, and you know what, maybe I should have expected this because they're his best friend and whatever. But now he's like, at least it was excusable then because he wasn't in NXT. He didn't know any better. But now you having him get coached up with Shawn Michaels and you're still doing this shit.
Yeah,
I don't think even the payoff of him talking over Kenny Omega and taking control of the elite is working. I think he needs to separate, to pull off an MJF where he made you believe that he's going to take over the group, but he forms his own faction.
yeah,
And this, I wouldn't mind the fact that there's going to be yet another faction in AEW because at least it will get this guy away from this team.
yeah. Far away to it.
Oh boy. But anyways, what's the next match? Have you watched the Britt Baker match?
No, I don't care about it.
All right. So I'm not going to go over too much with it. I'll say a couple of things. I'll start with Taya Conti. Now, I didn't like Taya Conti at first. I was surprised the fact that she competed in the Olympics, not actual Olympics like the preliminary ones where you have to participate. She's a black belt, I think in judo or karate. It was one form of martial arts, but she is a black belt. And like, it's like the same thing with Chris Chatterton. She is flashy, flashy in a good way.
Hmm.
I liked her bicycle kick. It looked like it's connecting with the opponent and it looks good. It looks like she's really hitting you. It hits the face. Her technical wrestling is good, but something is off with Taya Conti.
Wait, like what?
I I think she needs better facial expressions. I think she needs to sell this frustration better because it's like, for example, she put someone with a in a near fall, right? And it just takes her like a split second to express shock, and immediately she goes for another move.
That important right there.
Like with Johnny Gargano, she kind of needs more emotion. Like it just looks fucking ridiculous looking at her. And
That
Taya Conti looked hot, but besides the look thing, I think she really needs to work on her expressions. and she needs some sort of anger in her because this is not working. I'm not saying she's bad. I think she's good. I think she's way better than Chris Chatelain, but sh at least I don't know what to say about Chris Chatlander. I think I can say about Ty Conti. I think at least she makes it easier with the shortcomings, and if she wants to get anywhere, she needs to work on her weaknesses. One of them being the expression stuff. She's
Yeah.
not good at it at all. At least Britt Baker can pull that off. And there's obviously problems with Britt Baker as herself. I don't know if she's fucking following the examples of Adam Cole or following the examples of Young Bucks or Kenny Omega. I don't know what her problem is, but
Mm, maybe both. Maybe both. I heard she it hang out uh elite sometime.
yeah, because one of her boyfriend is with them, and you're going to be around a boyfriend's best friend. But another, my thing is with her is she's a good wrestler, just like her boyfriend. She's good. She can pull the heel stick off. She's over as hell. She can talk, and her matches are good. This one was good too. I'm not going to lie, and I'll say this was good. It was a I couldn't get into it as much because I just trying to rub off the sting that was Jurassic Express versus Adam Cole and Young Bucks. But at least in this one, like I think my problem with Britt Baker that she goes way into overkill because you have a curb storm that you're never putting anyone away with, and she did like a curb storm from three different places. One of them was through a steel step, I believe. You're still not able to put Ty Conti off.
Ta-
It's
but Tai Tachi it movie.
hmm?
Tai Coffee it movie.
Yeah, like she get her head drilled in with a curb storm through a steel step, and she's then like rolling her up. Like learn to sell, and it maybe and even with Britt Baker, either have a producer for like to manage Britt Baker's matches, or she needs to learn this herself. Either use the curb stomp or use the submission move, because at least with Brian Danielson he can beat you with anything,
Yeah.
but it works in a way where it's building up to such.
Yeah.
With Britt Baker, she has to put her opponent away with one move, if it, but then you don't. If Brian Danielson hits you with the Buseku knee, it puts you down. If
Yeah.
Britt Baker hits you with a curb storm, which is far worse than Buseku knee and looks more devastating, it's just a near fall to set up another move, and she needs to. It's a bad habit of her that needs to be rectified soon because if you're going to like you can have both of those, but both of those needs to serve as a finisher. John Cena had the attitude adjustment or FU and STF or STFU,
Yeah.
but it's like one of those moves can put you down. Britt Baker has two moves that serve as finishes, but only one finisher works on the opponent. And now she also added the Canadian Destroyer, the Panama Sunrise. So what is it going to be? She goes way into overkill, just like with All Out. She put someone through a Panama Sunrise, then she did a curve storm, then she applied a submission on Chris Chatlander. Now she did three curve storms, one of them through a steel step, and she's not able to put her down. She put her down with a roll up.
Well, she, huh? I think she. Maybe she try make her get over. Try make her get over, but but do a complete opposite. Complete opposite.
Obviously, because I mean, Braid Baker is over.
No, her opponent.
Yeah, I can. I actually like here's the thing. Tai Conti has potential. She's good in the technical wrestling thing, and she like whenever she's striking you, I'm talking about her bicycle kicks and whatever. It looks really good. Looks flashy and devastating because she's really hitting you in the face. It really looks like that. But it just, I think Ty Conti needs to improve. If she wants to be a star, and Britt Baker
I
needs
got
to
a pro-
brush off bad habits.
I got put.
Go ahead.
That promo a woman vision. What Baker try to put all women over. Oh, maybe I she maybe I you all my figure on did one woman she get over, but that not make all the war over. That just hurt you. It just hurts your master.
I mean, hitting one thing over the another will just like cause the opponent to like form a counter, especially especially in modern wrestling these days.
Yeah,
But it's not, you're not putting anyone over. You're just killing. You're just burying your moves.
yeah,
And the only move she applied is the fucking lockjaw. But
yeah.
what?
Yeah, that my favorite thing. My favorite my favorite thing. A woman visit, nothing wrong with a visit. Nothing wrong with woman visit. Have an aviator asked her something wrong. You think something wrong with a woman visit? She said no. She said our woman visit better WWE woman visit. I said, wait, what? Uh, your woman visit got no star there. Yeah,
Mm,
sure.
actually, it's only got decent now. I mean, it's still shit. WWE's one is still better. It's gone decent now because you have one over talent, you have Ruby Sobo, and you have Thunder Rosa, and now you're focusing on Serena Deeb. And Hikaru Shida is not bad. I just like with Kenny Omega. I think all the bad stuff overshadows the good stuff, but I think the problem with this women's division is not only is there a lot of, you know what, I was kind of against a mid card title for the women's division. Not that it's bad in itself, but it's such a thin roster. Obviously, not everyone can be a world champion, or a lot like you can't have everyone just like changing hands because then you can't do a hot potato. But at the same time, it's not a it's not a it's not deep enough of a roster for you to just like hand just start a mid card title. I'm talking about the PBS championship.
Yeah,
If there's not enough depth to it to start another one, and for example, if someone is crowned a TBS champion, yes, that person has something to do, and other women have something else to fight for. But what about the world women's world championship? Like you're like you're basically cutting off your already thin roster, your already thin division to half.
yeah. Still, still,
If any of them, like for example, let's talk about their biggest stars in the women's wrestling, right?
Yeah.
The one that actually advanced. You have Ruby Soho and you have Thunder Rosa that either of them are going to win the TBS championship. But here's the thing, if Ruby Soho wins, she's not going to be facing Britt Baker. And if Thunder Rosa wins, she's not going to face Britt Baker. And that is what they're setting up as. So what is it going to be? Like you need someone to beat Britt Baker, and it could be either Ruby Soho or Thunder Rosa. And if one of them is busy doing something else, you're not going to have Britt Baker lose to anyone else besides these two because they're the closest thing to popular wrestlers.
Yeah.
Not even AJ and even Ty Conti. None of them are ever going to get big in a very near future. These two are.
Yeah.
And if you're I know Ruby Huso is not facing Britt Baker anytime soon, but hold on. I think the problem is you really don't need a TBS championship at this moment in time. I think if you get like two other people like Charlotte Flair, if she's actually going to join,
Doubt it.
or the other like Tully Blanchard's daughter, Tessa Blanchard, maybe then, but still, there is I don't see. I think Britt Baker is going to run out of challenges soon. And
Like Won't Wayne. Like Won't Wayne.
oh, definitely.
She a female Won't Wayne.
Oh my God, but the obviously Mia Deeb is never winning the women's championship, so you might as well fucking. I would be pissed to fucking hell if Hikaru Shida ends up dethroning Britt Baker.
I have had a woman vision.
Oh my God. Now, anyways, the match itself was good. It just goes into overkill. Wish it stopped doing that, but AEW will never get out of their way in one way or another. Now, anyways, before we get to the good stuff, I think this is where CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston happens.
Yeah. My I liked I it was a match.
Mm-hmm.
I liked I liked it. It was wall. I, I liked it. CM Punk. I liked it. See, it started a match. It started out like CM Punk punch him, drive, drive the shoulder, drive the shoulder, slot knocker, and
I will have to like stop you just to like say this to you. I need to take my dogs out for walk, regrettably so. So can you do me like I'm not going to stop you or anything. I'm just going to say, can you like match like talk for like 10 minutes straight? You
okay,
can give your thoughts on the match and everything. I'll listen to like the short version of it. But can you like talk for 10 minutes? I'll be right back.
okay, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be right back. I'll make this quick.
Uh, I like what part I like. Let's see. I need a better mirror.
Oh, you were talking about how it's going to be how you liked it as a slobber knocker. It started off as a fight. That's what you were saying.
Yeah, I like it come out. I like seeing Punk kick. I like seeing put out the old trick, Johnson, fire shuffle at education. Education. I why start do Johnson move that that doing back memory lane first time seeing for face seeing for first time Johnson and seeing fun team up. That made me that I enjoyed that. Uh, I love in kitchen do a backhand a backhand to seeing fun see see if I fall down sell it sell it I mean I mean a benefit that you call it see if I sell it after and can lad like a site fair. And get to drive seeing fun do seeing fun said bleed it me I go too far see fun tell and get to bleed it and get to drive seeing fun it only has drive them outside lane beat the shit out of him that that show that look it make and get to look good. It I'm not all it watch up so hit hitting hitting match hit a face it work good both see fun and kitchen if you tell both men hey shoulder you tell hey shoulder you tell in kitchen did what's in look tell you it could did what see fun here just here in, in the company Shannon, I mean, like that. I think it water. Mm, I, li- my favorite part, seeing put butt open. I can't want to show how he get butt open. That was good. He- Good. I'd rather they make it like a board, not look fake like the other match look fake. Seeing for sell it, seeing for sell it. In a match. You know, what else? Oh yeah. See, uh, after that, uh, after seeing for butt over, he kind of seeing for kind of with for shit. What? But but, but it sold well that book. That was my favorite moment. I I will say this. Seeing for got good. In fact, all the match. In fact, months. He no got no way watch it no more. Wait, uh, in the match, the match wasn't a Western match was involved, but he did good. He did good. He did good with Eddie King, Kenshin. Oh, shit. Um, shit.
I'm back. Sorry. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Sorry, my dogs. Like I said, I was hoping to not to stream without having to while having to take my dogs out for walk, but I overslept, so my whole schedule messed up. So I'll apologize.
Okay.
But anyways, the CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston match, and here's the thing: I listened to a little part of it just to see Jim Cornette's point, but one of the things I'll take from, and I'll completely agree with it, is that MJF and Darby was the best match of the night, while Punk versus Eddie Kingston was the best fight of the night.
Yeah, yeah. I will watch it. They just a fight. They just a fight.
They had their game faces on. Punk didn't do his clobbering time. He knew he was getting into a fight. Eddie Kingston was always getting into a fight, so he had his game face on as well. And I liked how Punk was in his fight shot for this. I think it was his MMA fight shot or something. It looked MMA-esque. But I know he used to wear the fight shorts early in his years. But he was in his fight shorts. He didn't waste time. He just headed into the ring. And while the ref is controlling these two people, Eddie just landed a backhand fist, a
Yeah,
spinning backhand fist.
yeah,
And that got a huge pop from the people. And instead of just pinning, he decided to beat up CM Punk some more.
yeah,
And it makes sense because he said he doesn't care about winning or losing. He just wants to beat the shit out of CM Punk. Eddie Kingston is a great psychologist. He's serious about his thing, just like John Moxley. He's serious, but everything he does looks realistic. And people are way behind Eddie Kingston to a point I kind of hope they do something with him. I mean, he really got over both. I think he got over three times, because of the fact that people can relate with him. The second thing, his program, his promo with CM Punk, where he destroyed the guy. And then he did his Players Tribune or something. I think he wrote it or someone else wrote it, which basically highlighted his backstory, and he already got the sympathy factor. Jim Cornette said it looked Stone Cold esque in the sense that he got over organically. It was not planned. And I agree. People are way behind Eddie Kingston, so much so that they're booing CM Punk at times.
that
That's
that.
one part.
Hmm.
Hmm?
I said that like that. That like that environment. That environment got he sell over.
Yeah.
Very fucking over Cassidy.
Because it's not one joke being replayed over. It's a real person with real issues and flaws, with a sad story, who's finally making a big break. And he's just, even though he's big and all, and he's more like a fighter and brawler, he has an
Yeah,
underdog thing behind him because he loses so much.
yeah, and not a fucking mean, not a fucking mean like a fucking Order Cassidy.
And a lot of people don't bring this up a lot, but in 2013, Daniel Bryan really got over not because of his yes stand, but because ever since he lost the tag team championship, he became very aggressive in his wrestling because he wants to prove to everyone that he's not a weak link and he wants to win. So he not only decided to pull stuff that you've never seen from Bryan, he he was aggressive in everything he did, and he was trying to prove he people got behind the fact that he's trying to prove that he's not what you call it an hindrance, and he's more of a guy who will like who will help you beat him instead of holding you back. And that is what really connected with the people. Not only did he have some of the best matches, like best TV matches, but it also had a sympathy factor behind him too.
Yeah.
That is what helped him get over.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why him beating Randy Orton and then Chris Jericho and then Sheamus meant something, because these are the three people he never really. With Orton, he even though he managed to beat him, there was like a thing where Orton, like they had to stop the match and have Orton win by the referee stoppage, which made people like believe in Bryan. But another thing, he's never been able to beat Jericho and Sheamus. So when he beat them, it was something to celebrate.
Yeah.
And like he's, it's the same thing with Kingston. He's trying to prove that he can hang with the top guys and he can win because he
Yeah.
hasn't. He and that is something people can relate to.
Yeah.
But he's over with the people, and people continue to cheer him on while he knocked out Punk, and he didn't bother to like pin Punk and win the match right there. And his undefeated streak, he decided to beat up this guy as he promised to do so. And it was more like a fight. He was beating the shit out of Punk. He even made Punk bleed, and the blood on his face looked real. I don't know if it was by accident or he managed to make it look realistic.
I think that would. I think that was an accident. I think that was an accident. And
But
that
it
look. I think that not look fake. It would not look fake to me.
but it was a fortunate accident because it added more to this fight feeling that they had. But
Yeah. Yeah.
and you know what? This is the first time I haven't I only got into his independent stuff much later. But this was the first time Punk bled for real in a wrestling match. I mean, obviously he bled in his UFC matches too, but this is the first time he bled for real, and it really worked. Like, and imagine this: these two didn't have a no disqualification rule. These two didn't hit each other with chairs, and it still felt more like a fight than the Young Bucks match, and the
Yeah.
match that followed afterwards.
Yeah.
And like these two were going at it, and I wish. I mean, it was an 11-minute thing, but it like even though it's 11 minutes, it it felt like it was 5 minutes because of how good it was.
Yeah.
I liked the part where Punk hit him with the GTS. No, you mentioned the John Cena part. I heard that part.
Yeah.
I liked how he incorporated all the John Cena part without making it look like he's imitating John Cena, where he's hitting with a shoulder block, but it doesn't look like a typical John Cena shoulder block, right? And when he does his like spinning back slam. I don't know the
Yeah.
name,
Um.
but it looked like he was going for a third shoulder block, but Eddie tried to counter him, and Punk catched him and did the shoulder block. It was a John Cena comeback, but he made
Yeah.
it incorporated into making it look like he's not trying to imitate John Cena.
Yeah.
He's just fighting, and this is something he's able to counter it with.
Yeah.
He didn't. I don't know if he was able to do the "you can't see me." I think he just put a middle finger, or Eddie like stopped him before he's able to do it, which was effective.
Yeah.
It felt like a nice change of pace where people. And you know what? Punk may be like the one of the first people to just like have a counter for "you can't see me," where he just like hits you in the head with his kick. But it looked great with Eddie Kingston. Like Eddie Kingston, like instead of like hitting the guy back, he just decided to show a middle finger to him, which
Yeah,
may not, which which is like a complete change of pace. Instead of like hitting him with the move, whether it's effective or not. Um, like he was able, like Eddie Kingston became a bit too cocky because the whole story is he could have beaten Punk at so many points, but he decided not to,
yeah,
and because of that, Punk was able to take it to his advantage, hit a GTS. Didn't Wasn't it because he was so tired? He's not able to cover him in time. Eddie got back up, and then Punk decided to beat. I think he decided to hit him with the knees or a kick. I don't know what it was, but he was getting booed when he did that. He hit another GTS and ended up managed to cover him for the pin. But the whole match was basically Eddie Kingston beating himself once again
yeah,
because he could have covered Punk at any moment in time, but he decided not to, and Punk was not playing around with this guy.
yeah. Someone said, "Fuck it." You not hear. You not hear a Watto. You hear a ball. A ball. I not hear it for a ball. I hear a Watto.
And I don't know if it was Tony Schiavone or Excalibur who said it, but one of them said Punk is trying to have a wrestling match, but Kingston just not allowing him to. And that's another reason how Punk was able to win. He was hitting the wrestling moves while Eddie Kingston trying to beat the shit out of him. And if you play with your food too much, you're going to lose.
Yep.
So Eddie Kingston had an out, and he was super over. And I think for a time being he's bulletproof. I don't think a loss to Punk hurts him in any way,
Yeah.
especially the match being done the way it was. I also felt like this feud could have gotten longer, but I guess you would have to turn Punk into a heel at some point, and Punk doesn't need to turn heel,
Not yet.
which is another interesting topic I want to bring up. Once again, I have to go off on a tangent. I know it's going to be 3 hours long. My biggest issue with people right now is saying, "Oh, Punk needs to have this, what do you call it, the pipe bomb thing going on, where he's a rebel and he needs to have a character based on conflict and
She on
he needs
W.
something,
She on W every day.
or go become turn heel and fucking shit on AEW or something, but he needs
Uh,
this bad." And
that'd be interesting. That'd be
happy, happy CM Punk has cooled off, is feeling, and I'm looking at these people and saying, what the fuck are you? Are you for real? So one of them is Adam Lambert.
it'd be interesting given, but it'd be interesting given, but see, but the EW not WWE, but WWE that was all heart from CM Punk. He shit on WWE.
But another thing to mention is either like this is said by Geekdom, because like Geekdom had like a much fairer take where he said Punk needs a rivalry, which is I agree with. I
Yeah,
mean, not to say he's having bad matches or anything. He had great matches, but it's a case of he needs a rivalry, and Eddie Kingston gave him that rivalry. And now he's in a program with MJF. I hope it doesn't end on a fucking TV match.
wait,
Even if
JF, well,
yeah, yeah.
oh, oh shit.
I hope it ends on a pay-per-view. I hope it doesn't end on a TV match. It would be stupid to do so. If you can hold off to it, that's fine. But try to have it be done and squashed over in a pay-per-view match, whether Punk beats him or not, right?
I really, I really like that. I really like that.
All
You
right, I
can.
can just like go with my tangent. So now I like people say, oh, Punk needs to turn heel. He's cooled off. I'm not digging the happy CM Punk, and I'm like, are you people for fucking reals? Firstly, in a company where there is no organic babyface, Brian Danielson is no longer an organic babyface. He's going to turn heel. Orange Cassidy is a fucking joke. Um, Hangman Page is an irresponsible drunk with insecurities who just who only just now became a proper babyface. And Eddie Kingston, while super over, he's not. While Eddie Kingston is super over, he's not going to. He's only going like you can only do so much with him. You can't put the belt on him immediately because he's lost a lot of matches. I mean, I hope he wins the world championship soon, but he's not in a position right now to win a world championship in a company that doesn't have a lot of top baby faces, ones that are organically over. You need CM Punk as a babyface. That's one argument. Second argument, he's going to have a long term contract. He's not going to stay for 1 year where he has to do everything fast. He's going to stay on for a long time and just building up to just having these dream matches and whatever doesn't work. That's point number two. Point number three, the whole thing that is going on is Punk trying to prove that he can hang with the best despite not wrestling for 7 years. Why, like, trying to suddenly put him in a real program? That is why he needed to wait to have a program with MJF. And now he's at a point where he can do one. And he's working his way to the top, just like what CM Punk would do, even in 2011 and 2012. The whole thing with Cena is he worked his way towards the top, and he never, and despite being a hard worker, he never really he had to fight for everything that he had. That is why he was the ultimate babyface coming out of the John Cena feud, because he's a hyena, as Punk puts it. Cena's a lion. He has to fight for everything he gets. Putting the whole thing is he's working his way. He's going against the undercard talent. Some like even though he started off with Darby Allin, he's going through the undercard talent and is slowly working his way to the top. So by the time he wins the world championship, it's something that people can digest because they see him work hard. Point number, I don't know if it was 5 or 4, but my next point is Punk is not going to be this anti-hero figure because why would he? In a WWE, when he shitted on WWE, it was a genuine thing that you could believe in because that is how Punk actually felt, and that is how a lot of the people actually felt. Not only is everyone else doing the same shtick as Punk is, thinking about the WWE and whatnot, it wouldn't work in this moment in time. Even if he shits on AEW, it wouldn't work. And maybe it wouldn't work, and a lot of people wouldn't feel it that way. Maybe Punk can make it work, but you would have this thing on the back of your head that he's just playing you because that's not how he really feels about the company. He The happy CM Punk thing is him finally being humble and being in a spot that he loves in. He's not being a miserable person. This is a genuine guy who just regained his passion for wrestling. Why should he try to be something he's not? That's one of the babyface rules. You have to make people believe in you. Even you have to make people believe in whatever you're saying. If Punk himself does not believe in whatever you're saying, whatever he's saying, it wouldn't work. And fifth thing that he's cooled down and whatever, I'm not sure. Okay, maybe in the ratings department, I can see it. But one person cannot even, but one person cannot, even if you're talking about Brock Lesnar doesn't hold 5 million people. He can draw at least 1 million or something. Punk is not a guy who can, even you cannot blame a company's entire failing in the ratings to one person. And he's, if you look at the chants and people, even if he's not fucking over, sorry, even if he's not drawing in the ratings, he's super over with the crowd. People chant his name, and even he himself has said it. This company shouldn't try to draw in casuals because casual fans are never going to be wrestling fans again. So why bother? They're trying to draw in the wrestling fans, people who are in for wrestling. My issue with AEW is the fact that they don't know what they're trying to do. Either trying to draw in the casuals or trying to draw in the wrestling fans. So, no, Happy CM Punk is actually great, at least during his earlier point in time. If he wants to turn heel later on, okay, but just because he's getting booed out in a match against Eddie Kingston doesn't actually mean that there's something wrong with Punk. It's just the fact that the other guy is more relatable and people are way more behind him than the other. But Punk is still super over with the crowd. I don't know why anyone wants him to turn heel, or I don't know why people are saying he's cooled down. Eric Bischoff had to cause to say that Punk is failing. I don't know. I don't see how. Just because the guy is being himself and being something this company needs Punk to be, the organic babyface that is trying to find his road to redemption, trying to make his comeback. I maybe it's just me, but I find myself disagreeing with a lot of people. Adam Brandpit had the goals to say, "Oh, like when he was talking about the best music, this is this is something like it goes with the cult-like following Punk used to have." I don't know what you're watching, Adam, and your booking of CM Punk in AEW is complete and utter shit. No, I like you, but your booking can be shit, and this is one of them. Were you there? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Let me see. Give me a second. Cyber Ninja Gaming, you there? Can you hear me? Anyway, so a happy CM Punk is what's needed for him and this company. Because at one point in time you would need Yeah, at one point in time, you would need a fucking baby face, especially if the Bryan Danielson is going to turn heel anyway, because that's what it looks like. Anyways, this was the best fight of the night. I hope they do something with Eddie Kingston, even though they're pretty much ending this feud. Punk looked really good. This was a complete slobber knocker and felt more like a fight. I just wish they do something with Eddie Kingston because now they have something with him, and not capitalizing on it just makes them complete and utter idiots. And they've already failed on that department. Oh my god. Anyway, Wolf, you there? Can you hear me? Wolf? Just waiting for you, Wolf. I'm also kind of hoping people can hear me. Test, test, test. Okay, I can be heard. Anyways, while we're waiting for Wolf, let's continue on AEW. Let's continue. Can you hear me? Hello? The one person who joined. Okay, thank you, Cyber Ninja. Anyways, let's get on to the next match. The toilet break match that is somehow done in a no disqualification way. The Inner Circle versus the American Top Team. I initially didn't watch that match because it was skippable. I don't like anything with Chris Jericho in it. Jericho has dragged everyone down, and that's a shame because he's a veteran. He made it big, and now he's just fucking this guy who has been for a long time should know how to work, but he just fucking forgot how to work at all. He's I'm starting to see why nobody sees this guy as a smart guy, and I'm starting to see why he shouldn't be a world champion. Because this man has tracked everyone down, and unlike with Matt Hardy, Jericho comes in every week and is fucking ruining everything. He cooled down MJF before that. He was in a shitty feud with Orange Cassidy where Orange Cassidy got worse, and now he's trying to do one with Jim Cornette's surrogate called Damn Lambert, who just completely it just doesn't work. This whole feud is shitty. I don't know why it made it to the pay-per-view, but I guess they needed the toilet break match. Obviously, it didn't go. Obviously, because they had another street fight when the Young Bucks and Adam Cole have already done it. This match didn't work. Obviously, it would have failed. Obviously, it's going to be the weakest match that they ever had.
I'm back.
Okay, I was going to say, like, I was just talking about how Punk doesn't need to change whatever he's doing because this company needs a genuine and an organic babyface. And just because he got booed now is not because of Punk, but because of Eddie Kingston.
Yeah.
And if Punk himself doesn't believe in shitting on AEW, If he doesn't believe in whatever he's saying, why should he
That's it.
shit on AEW? The whole thing with WWE worked because he believes in whatever he's saying. It doesn't work with AEW. Punk can go full Jim Cornette, but and he could probably make it believable, wouldn't come off as a serious promo. Where
That's
it
it. It
and
cannot fade. It cannot fade.
Punk and Brian are two people who can cut a promo as long as they're being genuine. If you don't believe in whatever they're saying, that wouldn't. But as I was going to continue with fucking the Memphis Street, not Memphis. Which one was it? The Jericho match is what I'm talking about.
Oh, I got about that,
Min-
man.
Minneapolis Street Fight. I was going to talk about how I initially skipped it because nothing with Jericho is working. Feud with the Jim Cornette surrogate in the name of damn Lambert is not working. I like I talked about how good Dan Lambert was. Even if he's playing the character of Jim Cornette, he worked initially, but then he got into a program with Jericho, and it's just gone to shit.
Damn.
I've never cared about any of them at all. Apparently, they're getting legit MMA fighters in this. I think one of them is called Junior Dos Santos.
What the fuck? Why do
And
always why do we always be you fighter in USA? Me in AEW.
I I guess they probably like to be they like to make friends with those people. But anyways, this whole match it had a couple of watches, but I skipped it initially because I could never watch a Jericho match, especially another multi-man street fight when you've already seen one go on for 30 minutes or something. It felt like an hour. This one is more like a bathroom break match or something. And I want to mention this because here's the thing: I'm not going to talk more so about the match itself, but more so of Jericho and stuff he's done. He sucks. He needs to go away. This maybe AEW needed him initially when they needed stars, but nobody needs him at this point.
Yeah.
They already Punk and Brian
Yeah, we got Star.
and certain degree Christian and Sting.
Yeah.
They don't need this. Oh my god, I completely forgot the Cody match, but forget it. But
Fuck that match. Fuck Cody.
yeah, after the Jericho thing, I just go back and spend 1 minute on this. So I think Jericho is just dragging everyone down. Like we've talked about how Young Bucks drag everyone down to their level. I think Jericho and Young Bucks is a fitting tag team because they just drag everyone down to their level. Even their own friend, fucking Sammy Guevara, a TNT champion, finally broke out on his own, had a huge pop when he won the TNT championship, got got into with Jericho again, and suddenly he completely cooled down. He's
Right.
boring, annoying. He's become a boring and annoying presence. Not through any fault of his own, but because he's just with Jericho in this
Yeah.
stupid brand.
Long time ago. Click what good she ain't giving. She ain't giving. Now he not good. She ain't giving no more. He just
He,
own.
if he's with the inner circle and if he's not being a heel, Sammy Guevara doesn't work. I'm sorry. As a babyface, he could work, but at this point, I don't see him working as a babyface at this point. But Sammy can't work as a fucking babyface, especially if he's in a team with Inner Circle. There
Yeah.
was a point where the stable needed Sammy Guevara because he brings personality, but that was around the time when all of them were heels. None of them are heels anymore. They're all babyface.
Yeah.
And Sammy had something going for him heading into a program with Miro, and he got a huge pop winning the championship. He's a singles champion, and he's once again, once he finally decided to break out on his own, Jericho dragged him back to his level again, where
Yeah.
everything with Sammy just sucks.
Yeah. Shit. Shit.
Latin America Exchange, they they got a Latin America Exchange. They they I mean, they were like having great matches with FTR. They had some momentum beating FTR, and like, it looked like they were going to be positioned as the next challengers for the tag team championship. But once again, they decided to team up with Jericho. Jericho dragged them back to their level again, and now they're just background guys all over again. Jack Hag, Jake Hager, Jack Swagger. I'm going to call him Jack Swagger now. Jack Swagger was a a what do you call it? A hopeless case. He never had any charisma in him. He had everything going for him, but he's a lost cause. And I don't think even if you have him go out on his own, he's never going to succeed. So he's the only one unaffected by Jericho, but that's simply because of the fact that he's already dagged down too much. He can break out on his own again, but he won't. He'll never succeed again. So that is the only person who is not affected by Jericho's shittiness is a guy who's already shitty as it is. So I guess there's one person bulletproof because of his shittiness, but three people, one team and one single star who is also a single champion, and no one gives a shit about him. And they had something going for them, but then Jericho just dragged them down to their level. Dan Lambert is has mega hate with these people, with the AEW crowd. And Jericho once again dragged him down to his level, where whatever he's saying or doing is complete shit. And as I said before, just like with Cody Rhodes, Jericho, I'll bring this up with Cody Rhodes, but nobody needs Jericho at this point. He can go away, and he needs to go. This is why I kind of hoped he would retire if he. I was kind of rooting for MJF. Jericho just sucks. He he had the balls to say how MJF making fun of Darby's father, not Darby's father, but Lex Luger's current situation is an uncomfortable heat, and nobody needs like everyone is getting uncomfortable, and MJF needs to tone down. Jericho just pretty much objectifies a lady, calls her a whore, and makes her look like a prostitute, and somehow that's
Yeah.
not uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. That,
As Eddie Kingston used to say, he's a scumbag, two-faced, narcissistic bitch. Everything he does sucks, and he's just like the only fitting team with Jericho is the Young Bucks. That way they can pretty much put down everyone down to their level. But doing this with Sammy Guevara and doing this with Latin America Exchange, you this is fucking stupid. Like this is fucking stupid. As for themselves, I just pass forward most of it because it was so boring to listen to. And once again, forgot to add this. Punk also did a pretty Guerrero spot, the three amigos, but it worked with him. Eddie got to Eddie Guerrero, right? Because Eddie Guerrero like wrestled Punk in the independent scene,
Yeah,
and Punk a lot to fucking Eddie Guerrero, and who catapulted him. But another thing to mention is, besides that, he was facing a guy called Eddie Kingston. That was his reasoning. But he did a three amigo spot, all right, and then Jericho decided to do an Eddie Guerrero spot too, where he did a frog splash, and then look at Eddie Guerrero did the Eddie Guerrero dance. And it, I didn't think of that. I could use that spot or anything. Besides the fact that Eddie Guerrero and Jericho were friends and they worked together in WCW. It, like, can hear me, right?
yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
It's like the Jericho doing the Eddie Guerrero spot felt more like the fact that Jericho is once again trying to hold the spotlight and trying to get the G spot.
Yeah, yeah,
Dax, Dax Harwood did it from Dax Harwood from FTR did it, tried to gain immediate. Penta Pentagon Jr. did that as a measure of revenge, and because he's a Mexican wrestler, it worked. Punk did it because he worked with Eddie and he owes a lot to Eddie. Jericho did it and it felt like a cheap pop.
yeah, Sheep Paw.
And then there were some fucking botches in this too. Um, one of them was where I don't know who's who in the Dan Lambert team, but I'll just go by person A and person B. So person so person B, the guy over his shoulder, right? Like in a heart attack spot. Remember like heart attack wrestling move
Yeah,
where Night Out holds the guy in some kind of a spine buster position.
yeah,
So so basically person B held one of the guys, I think it's Sammy Guevara. He held him in a spine buster like position, like in a heart attack kind of position. Person A kicked the guy, kicked his opponent in the head, and instead of like after the kick, you know how did you like slam the person down?
yeah,
So I think I've shown you the video of it, but basically he kicked the guy down. Sorry, he kicked his opponent, and opponent like and person B who should have like slammed the guy immediately afterwards had to wait for person A to push person B to finally start like to finally do the spine buster.
what the
That
fuck?
that was one
Wow.
spot. That was a complete botch. The second one was done by a veteran who's not supposed to do any of this. So Jericho, once again a veteran who worked in the 90s, 2000s, and 2010, worked in a company full of professionals, worked with pretty much every professional there was at that point in time. He fucking he just forgot how to call a match, I guess. So he was he was trying to do his what do you call it, the lion sword, and he immediately yelled out Junior as if he was onto the queue to hit him. And he said it so loud everyone heard him. The producers, not like the ones who do the edit, and nothing against the editors or something, right? They poor, poor those people, but they probably forgot to mute Jericho at that point in time. But what I was seeing was, like Jericho did a lion salt. He yelled at Junior to hit him, like he just yelled Junior, almost like cueing, like not almost, like trying to cue Junior, Junior Dos Santos to hit him. Despite Jericho yelling out his name, Junior was like 2 minutes late with Jericho standing there. He already yelled out his name and now he's in the rope, second rope, and he's just waiting for the guy to beat him.
Oh my
So
god.
I don't know if you've seen that one, but it looked and it all someone did a video of it where someone said, "Will you please hurry the fuck up and hit me?" And people say Junior Dos Santos looked incredible here. I said, "What the? Even if it's the time or second time wrestling, the fuck are you talking about?" He completely botched. Jericho forgot how to call a spot these days because he just pretty much yelled out what he was going to do. There were a whole list of botches, but once again, because of the fact that it was a Minneapolis street fight, they had to do the table spot and the ladder spot and the chair spot, and it completely sucked. This whole thing sucked. Sammy Guevara won after falling the top from the top of the ladder onto a table. Ended up beating fucking the American top team. That I think that is a feud. I don't think they can go longer, but I won't put it past Jericho. But that was the match, a match full of botches, the worst match of the night.
My
Even
god.
match.
Botmania. Botmania.
I've only recently got into Botchamania, and I'm just waiting for this thing to happen.
Be careful, Botmania. Quick Jericho saw that, seen that, Matt. See that video. He got get be pissed. Said, I got to fly that video down.
People actually yelled out Botchamania. Botchamania, guy who's not in this company but still super over. Even Jericho.
damn, damn, damn. I Botmania happy. Said, damn, damn. My, I am famous. You know
Maybe
what?
no, I was just going to say maybe not Jericho because people continue to sing his song or something. But he's more over than Cody. But yeah, continue.
A fucking shadow. Moreover, a fucking Cody. That's sad. That fucking sad. That fucking sad.
Speaking of which, and I'll just keep this as short as possibly can. I'll go back a bit before I get to the main event. Um, so basically, Cody and Pac teamed up with each other against Malachi and Rocky. And basically, this happened, I think, after or a couple of matches after the FTR match. You'll see why I'm bringing them up. But I don't know what they were going for here, or I don't know what was the whole setup. But basically, these two teams both of those teams don't gel along with each other. Basically, Cody and Pac have some issues for some reason I don't know.
Why?
Because I don't know. The last thing I know is Cody tried to save Pac on multiple occasions, and Pac and Cody were still being assholes to each other.
What? That made no sense.
I don't know. Maybe in some, I think it happened in Cody's reality show or something. I don't know. But another thing, and I think makes even less with Andrade and Becca Black. Aside the fact that they're trying to have Selena Vega have come into play or something, she's not here, so it makes even less sense. Andrade, Malachi Black tried to help Andrade on multiple occasions. He accompanied him in beating up and then beating up Cody. All of a sudden, these two members hate each other so much so that they're both having a lot of miscommunication. They're both being hostile towards each other. Both teams are being hostile towards each other.
The fuck?
And Pac ended up winning by pinning Andrade. Not only has Malachi Black cooled down, this is his first pay-per-view match, and even though he's not the one who got pinned, he still lost because Cody can never get over his ways. People say, like, people were acting like Cody is the for getting squashed by Malachi in his first match, but look at what the shit he's done afterward.
Yeah. He still stopping people like an asshole.
And then, like, in a fucking TV match, you had Malachi. Is for Malachi Black's first loss happened in a TV match.
Yeah.
No wonder the people hate you. And it's like, oh, it's because I've decided to Hollywood. You never went Hollywood, man.
Yeah,
You
motherfucker.
Hollywood. Just because you're trying to break out into movie star doesn't mean you went Hollywood. And once again, just like with Chris Jericho, nobody needs Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes can go away and nobody would miss him.
Yeah.
But
But
Rhodes is even worse. She created a new type of hate, away hate, where she doesn't show up at all.
yeah, you don't want her there.
Go take care of your baby. Or just work in a background vein. Why does she have to be an on camera presence?
Her she like attention.
And they're both tone deaf. Brandy thinks. We remember when like Grand Slam happened? So
Yeah.
Brandy made an appearance and people were booing the shit out of her too. Brandy saw it as people cheering for her.
Yeah, I heard about that. Like I laughed my ass off.
They're both tone like Cody Rhodes is such a tone deaf person, and I don't feel sympathy for him at this point.
Me either.
You you got this big deal in Manaka Black, who's super over. Who I will not say super over, but he's cool. People like to cheer for him, and instead of like screwing him, you just beat him flat in the middle, and you did it in a TV match.
Yeah.
Refusal to turn heel. He could have been the best heel in the business, but he's just refusing to turn heel. And most of all, can't would it have hurt Cody if he actually got kicked in the face by Malachi Black and get pinned once again in a pay-per-view? Especially if you're not the one pinning the guy. It was
Yeah.
Pac who took. It was Pac who pinned Andrade. Couldn't you have Malachi win his first pay-per-view?
Yeah. Perfect view. Penny Penny Coy Woe.
No one, him and I can actually see Cody. I couldn't take Jericho, so there's that. But oh, these two, they're so unbearable.
No one.
Anyway,
I always said John Cena. No, John Cena bear people. That that untrue. Let John Cena get take put people over.
if I were Tony Khan and if Cody Rhodes not turning heel, I would just start this gimmick all over again.
Me
And
too.
anyways, to the before we get to the last match, they signed in Jay Lethal, which is a great signing.
Yeah,
I mean, I admired the fact that Jay Lethal contractually stay obligated to Ring of Honor and stick to them till the end. But or even if they're not going out, I've read that they're not going out of business, but just taking a hiatus.
yeah.
But
They're still open. They yeah. We open 22. What? No, 23. Wait.
they're just changing a model. But it's going to take a long time. It's going to take till March or something.
Yeah,
And
Mark.
is in there. I'm
Yeah,
not going to keep them jobless, but they would they would not be paid for a long time. So
the contract. Auto. When you are the watcher, contract is frozen. They are. They can't go anywhere they want.
okay, that's great. I just hope some of them, especially the Briscoe brothers. And like here's the thing, I like the Briscoe brothers. They've been there from the start, and they've always like been the Ring of Honor guys. I just hope they take this as an opportunity to go to AEW. And I also feel the same way towards Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal tried to experiment on TNA, and some of his best stuff was in TNA as well. But he really got going for me
They
in
got.
Ring of
He got buried there. He got buried there.
Yeah, because TNA is
Dizzy,
fucking TNA.
Dizzy Carter.
So he really got going. I really started liking him in Ring of Honor when he's like the television champion. And when he had like the longest reign, the second reign, I think.
Yeah.
And he got over with me. He beat Jay Briscoe for the world championship. The best match I've seen Jay Lethal have is with AJ Styles on Final Battle.
Me. 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 That match to me. He had Bobby Fett
I
with
think
him.
Will is also pretty good too. It was with Will Ospreay, I think, on Death Before Dishonor, but he's one of the best wrestlers in the world.
Yeah.
And even though I admire the fact that he was sticking with Ring of Honor until he couldn't.
Not me. Not me. That's your loyalty.
Yeah, I like the fact that's what I was saying. I admired the fact that he was staying with this company because he was like loyal and they've returned they rewarded his loyalty too. I just felt like his talent could have been done in a bigger stage. And by
Yeah.
that he's in AEW makes me super happy for him. And my initial reaction was, I'll tell you what happened afterwards. My initial reaction was I was super happy for him. I hope he succeeds. And he's one of those guys, he's versatile. He can have any kind of match. He's a worker, but he can do all the flipping stuff too. And on top of that, he can have a brutal match as well.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, he's like CM Punk. His whole wrestling style is smart based stuff. And he's like a blend of CM Punk and AJ Styles. A lot of people see Ric Flair and Randy Savage. I see both AJ Styles and Punk in him.
I
And
yeah.
mhm,
You like both the people are white. And that's when he Last Sabbath and Asian style.
yeah, and like he has like the Ric Flair presence with him, and he's a great promo. He he has like just like Randy Savage, and I have not watched a lot of Randy Savage's matches. I was not born around that time. I tried to get into some of his stuff on YouTube, but YouTube's an asshole. But I've seen some of the Randy Savage matches, and he was like, he can have any kind of match with anyone. That is the same thing with Punk. He can have any kind of match with anyone. But Punk's and Jay Lethal's whole style is they're both smart wrestlers. They both have a counter, and they both have a smart counter to it.
Yeah,
They're both they both know what to do and what not to do, and when to do it, and what purpose they're going to have with it. And that is why I bring up the one that really impressed me besides the Jay Briscoe match was the AJ Styles match. And that is where I became a really big fan of Jay Lethal, where I think he was one of the best in the world.
me too.
And some of the I felt like he could have done a lot better in a bigger stage, but at the same time, he was loyal. It was like a double-edged sword because it showed his loyalty and he was rewarded for it. But at the same time, I felt like he could have if he went to a bigger stage. And fortunately, so I'm glad. This is one of the reasons I'm glad for AEW to happen. It allows certain wrestlers to showcase their talent in WWE. Maybe he'll do well in NXT, but what are the chances of WWE? It's a risky thing, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
A guy
yeah,
like that should be in a bigger stage. But once again, I admire the fact that he was withering upon us. As long as he was there, he provided some of the best matches there.
yeah.
At a time
That's it.
he is running thin.
Anyway, he say many times he said that company and
He made that festival. Go ahead, sorry.
I said he say that company and makes new star. He make some new star out of it. That company.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Anyway,
go ahead.
I finished.
Like I said, like AEW, like this is one of your streams that it's a shame your channel got taken down because certain thing that was there was like would have been used better to explain my point. But one thing I like, what do you call it? One thing I had an issue with AEW initially is that they're signing off all the wrong people. Big Show, Sting, fucking Mark Henry. Even though I enjoy Mark Henry in interview, you have a guy from the WWE and you just having him as an interview. Big Show really has a match. I don't know what he's doing. And Sting is just a background guy for Darby Allin.
Yeah, I remember we said now
And
now now
and
that
one of the things where is you could have signed CM Punk with the money you have. You could have saved money on all of those people and tried to get Punk in there.
yeah
But I'm glad it took them longer than it did because you can't have Punk debut in a no crowd arena. But anyways, better late than never. But anyways, uh, okay. So I was going to say that they were hiring all the wrong people. Now they're hiring all the right people.
yeah
Bobby Fish, Punk, Bryan, Adam Cole, Jay Lethal, And maybe there's more signing in the future. They're going to sign in Keith Lee, hopefully.
Yeah.
I don't know about Bray Wyatt. I think Bray Wyatt is a great storyteller, but I don't know if they're going to appreciate his ring presence. I think they need to capitalize on Bray Wyatt's popularity.
I
But
did. I did. There's Tom Khan said no about Bray Wyatt. He said he don't want him.
we'll see. He's doing his horror movie, and maybe he's like a WWE guy, but I'd like to see him in AEW. But
I don't know. Maybe maybe change your mind. Hire him back.
yeah, I mean, he was talking about not bringing in CM Punk too because the money is ridiculous. But he's still here, and they were not planning on signing in Zack Ryder, saying they're not. Cody said that they don't want to hire Zack Ryder because it is not all friends wrestling, and then Zack Ryder was there as long as he was until I don't know whatever he's doing. My point is now they have so many AEW can sign like AEW can sign so many good people that actually would contribute to the business so much so like it's ridiculous. Now you just instead of like going for all the has been people, no disrespect to the three people involved, Big Show, Mark and Sting. Instead of hiring all the have been, now you can sign all the people who have their potential untapped.
Yeah.
This was my initial reaction, of course. And then they kind of announced a match between Sammy Guevara and Jay Lethal, and they're like, "Yep, this guy is losing his first match." But I was still holding out hope because Sammy Guevara is injured. You've given Sammy Guevara an out where he's injured, he's not able to compete anymore. Jay Lethal took advantage of that and win the TNT Championship. So a part of me felt like Jay Lethal's winning, especially if he's going to sign with this company. It's not like he's an outside guy like Jeff Cobb at that point in time. He's not having a trial match. He's legit signed with the company. Otherwise, they wouldn't say Jay Lethal is all elite, and they wouldn't have a special announcement based on that. Boy, how wrong I was.
He lost.
He lost, and they were like trying to have Sammy sell the previous match. And this is where I'm getting into Dynamite for a second. But this is, but basically, Sammy was selling his injured ribs to the point that like he almost came close to the match having been called off because the doctors told him not to do so. Sammy Gofara defied the doctors. Then he went through a table. Jay Lethal was not able to capitalize on that because Sammy instantly became a Superman, hit him with the running reeve, and then he hit his finisher 1, 2, 3. Thanks for coming, Jay Lethal.
He comes to he don't everything.
Loses first match. Very first match. Granted, people say, oh, but he shouldn't come here and instantly win a title. Of course he should. If you wouldn't look as bad winning a championship on your first night, even if you're beating up a wore down opponent more so than you're going to look far worse losing to him. Because not only this is your first match, your first debut match, not only are you losing your first match, but you're losing to a guy who's already wore down and
Yeah.
he's selling injury.
Yeah.
To so much so that the match is called off. Jay Lethal never hit that guy in the gut.
Yeah. Damn. Damn. That more insulting.
And he's like, Sammy Guevara is getting confused between selling his injury to not selling his injury. He tried to do a fucking what do you call it? The one like Evan Bond, you Matt Riddle does it as a finisher. Shooting star press. He puts
Damn.
his and Semi felt like he's going to die and like the match is needed to be called off. But he managed to wrestle and he was like in pain and screaming and shit. He's having trouble breathing. He went through a fucking table and then it was like once he got inside the ring, he decided to hit him with the knee. So how's this telling? Like you not only does Jay Lethal look like a complete loser, losing his first match, but he looked like an idiot too, not capitalizing on the injury as much as he should. On top of that, he's not. Sammy Guevara had most of the offenses, despite being the injured man.
Damn.
And Jay Lethal lost to an injured guy in his first match.
Damn. That it. That version. That not news too at all.
If it was someone like Minoru Suzuki, I could understand because Minoru Suzuki is not technically a part of AEW. But Jay Lethal, you literally signed him up just to lose his first match to an injured guy.
Yeah.
And Sammy Guevara has cooled down because he became Ken Jericho. I don't. If I think if you cool him down, then you need to take the title off him, especially if you have Sammy get an out that he was not 100%. But yeah, thanks for coming, Jay Lethal.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get to the main event.
Yeah.
Oh, before that, in the press conference, Jay Lethal said he wants to work with Jericho.
Oh god. Oh god.
He's getting but
Yeah, he gotta get very.
I think whatever happened with the Sammy Guevara match is going to be a lot worse when he gets across with Jericho. But anyways, let's get to the main event. Kenny Omega versus Hangman Adam Page. A
Huh.
rematch all been waiting for. A rematch that got called off because of Adam Page having a baby and then restarting again in full gear,
Yeah.
which is kind of forte because this last match was at full gear of last year. But anyways, this is a much more confident Adam Page. He
Yeah.
hasn't done like so. He did a promo. I'm not sure if you watched that, but he did a promo where you actually started to believe in Adam Page. Like even I was like, if he's winning, it would be at the expense of Brian Danielson because Brian Danielson need to hold the championship. But the thing is, I was I was a bit iffy on Adam Page before. Not that like if he loses, he'll be buried as an attraction. But if he wins, Brian Danielson's not winning because there's
Yeah.
no way to take the belt off of him this soon. But
Yeah.
eh, but he did this promo, and I really decided to root for Adam Page in this one. Not because he didn't like Kenny Omega, but because of the fact that this dude, it's finally his time now. And like he came in confident. I'm not going over the match because some of it is a typical Kenny Omega stuff.
Yeah.
But I want to emphasize that a lot of those, it was actually a good match. Maybe not the best match of the night, not the best fight of the night because it had the Kenny Omega shenanigans going on, the Bullet Club shenanigans.
Yeah,
But
Bullet Club. I saw a match. I saw a Poland passion.
it was like it was a good match, and like Kenny Omega was super hated. Nobody wanted him to win. Everyone was behind Adam Page.
Yeah,
He he pulled his all. Even where like it's like a I don't know if it's like a back pile driver whatever where he holds people in some kind of an Alabama slam and then like drops them in their head or something. That
yeah,
was a great fall, and it was like protected too. Unlike in the multi-man tag team match a couple of months before, this was protected because you see, excuse me, yeah, it was much, it was protected better because there was a lot of time Kenny Omega could have been counted to three, but because there was no referee, you couldn't have counted him in time.
yeah.
Then he decided to hit the one winged angel to Kenny Omega, which
You
didn't work.
Alpay Kito. Here, Young Buds. You thought Young Bud got help Kenny some strange reason. You didn't. You just said did you Young Buds say something to Haypen some shit.
So yeah, I'll tell you that because the one thing I hated was that you ended the Young Bucks match with the Jurassic Express and Christian Cage with Jungle Boy hitting him with a concerto. And I said this before you initially that you apparently in AEW, if you hit someone in the head with a chair, you become a babyface somehow.
Yeah,
But apparently, what happened was because someone did a video. Okay, before and okay, I need to go to the washroom. You can give your thoughts. I'll explain a bit later, but just go over the match.
uh, all right. Shit. You for me say what I like. Music from Alex Hayes. Hey May Hayes stuff. I feel Hey May Pay carry matter in the match. I liked it. The match was long. Shit. Got that. Fuck. Shit.
I'm back. I'm back. Sorry. So I was going to say. So basically, I thought the Matt Jackson got hit in the head with a chair, and suddenly he became a good guy. But what happened was after I think this happened during Rampage, but young like Hangman Page confronted the Bucks, apologized them for costing them the match last year to face Kenny Omega and Hangman at All Out. He apologized for it and he said, "Look, I apologize. I costed you a title shot and then you costed me a title shot. We're even now, but if you ruin my match with Kenny, I'm going to ruin your career. I'm going to ruin you." He said something like that.
Wait, he versus wait, he versus threatened them?
Yeah, after apologizing to them and saying they did them.
What the fuck? That made them more beat shit out of him?
I guess they kind of, I don't know. I guess they really like the fact that he apologized and whatever, and they're even whatever. So basically, now, yeah, this is where my mother chimed in because she also saw the promo of Hangman and she saw this match and she was behind Hangman Page. And the moment Young Bucks came, she refused to watch it anymore because she felt like Hangman was losing. And I thought Hangman's losing too. And in a certain way, I was happy because that would mean Omega's losing to Brian. But I was also pissed off because now you're just burying Adam Page. But anyways, you thought that Young Bucks would try to interfere, but they just nodded at Hangman, and Hangman ended up winning the match.
No, with no logic. With no logic. So they'll still work Matter. They'll still work Matter after that.
You know, I'll say this: it made no sense, and I thought it was the concerto. I was convinced it was a concerto, but so I thought it was a concerto, but I guess everyone became babyfaces that full year or something. But I'll talk about the follow up. But basically, I'm happy that Hangman Page won because once again, this felt more like a movie journey. Like a series journey or whatever, like Rocky 2 or something, where
Yeah,
this guy who failed the first time ended up winning the championship the second time. But it was Hangman. Hangman, like someone said that Hangman Page was like the main character of AEW, protagonist of AEW, and I completely agree. This company was built to set him up as the top guy. He failed against Jericho when his mother was watching, his family members was watching. He lost confidence in himself. He lost his friends. As bullshit as that was, I'll get to it. He found new friends who accepted him and respected him, unlike the Bullet Club. And then he finally became the top guy that he was always destined to be. He got over his insecurities. The one, a couple of things I would have wanted is Hangman not to be such a. I wouldn't have had Hangman like even in his program with Kenny because he did a contract signing. He felt like he was giving Kenny. He's being too nice to Kenny. Like the only shot he took was Kenny Omega is not comparable to Kota Ibushi. But then he said, "Oh, he surpassed him now," and
wait, what? Tell Ibushi better Matter. You fucking
because
better, yo.
he's trying to get his opponent over or something. But basically, there are a couple of things I would have wanted as like Adam Page finally accepting that it is mostly Kenny Omega's fault too. Like he only blamed Kenny Omega for not lighting the fire under his ass and motivating him to work harder. But basically, he said something along. But there are certain things I would have said. I would have wanted him to say
Yeah,
because the thing is not his fault. Like when in the FTR match at All Out of last year, it was Kenny Omega who costed Hangman the championship,
yeah,
the tag team championship, and Kenny Omega was the one mad about this for no fucking reason.
yeah. I
You're
know.
the this guy the match, and now you're pissed, and you're apparently mad at him for not having him face your best friend again. someone that you said you don't want to face if you don't have to.
Yeah, no.
And now he's like, oh, but you were never confident in yourself, and I had to help you, and I carried you, and whatever. And Hangman Page should have said this: you're the reason we lost the tag team championship in the first place, and sick and tired of this high school drama that you keep doing with me. I'm not responsible for everyone falling apart. It is you, and I should not be held accountable. And this doesn't matter. I'm going to beat you for the world championship.
Yeah,
And he didn't say this. He was being nice or something. I guess it played the fact that he's not confident in himself to this day, because the last time he was this confident, he lost to Jericho. But
yeah,
it, I would have worked around on things if I have to. But I guess this works. I think this is a great way to have him be a world champion. He's finally a world champion. It's a 2 year long journey. He's at a position where he needed to win, or else he not have or else he would have cooled down, become
yeah,
the Tetsuya Naito of 2017.
yeah.
Sorry,
Did,
2018.
did he first watch that show?
Naito did, but he was
No,
cooled
no,
down a lot.
no. Hey, man, Faye. Did he first watch that show?
This is his first world championship, at least in a major company. He didn't win the Ring of Honor World Championship. This is his first World Championship, I believe,
Mm. Oh,
which makes things better because then it would cap off his entire journey as a wrestling career. Because he went from a background guy in Bullet Club to being the world champion. As Cody puts it, from undesirable to undeniable.
sure.
And this actually works. If there's a movie, then Hangman winning the world championship would have been a perfect ending.
Too damn to come in white horse, knee heel Faye. Put that wash that shit. So did my, now did my move now.
Oh, another thing, I would have not have him be with Dark Order. Look. I said this before. I understand that because of Brody Lee dying, they're now baby faces and they have to be. But Dark Order needs to go.
They're
I
still
understand.
around.
Now, yeah,
Start. I thought that
now
expanded.
their Hangman Page is best friend, and I'm kind of convinced that Hangman Page has become a less abusive Brody Lee. Not in the sense that Brody Lee abuses his children, but if any of you watched, if you just forget the fact that this wrestler who passed away, you would realize that Brody Lee's stint in Dark Order was not good. In fact, it was the thing that was holding him back. And he was basically Mr. McMahon. He was abusing all his lackeys. In a leader, you need some kind of charisma, like convincing them that like they want these people to succeed. But whatever Brody Lee was doing, he was just abusing these people,
Yeah,
which was hilarious and kind of annoying at the same time. And Adam Page has pretty much become Brody Lee, where he's not a full member, but he's pretty much the leader of this group, even if he's not a member. And this is the person they flock to. And Adam Page is not abusing them like Brody Lee was.
I mean, way back.
Yeah, I was about to end this stream up anyway, but I was going to say
Oh, okay.
this was. a great this was a good match, ended the whole pay-per-view in a great way, and this is what I was like talking about. This is pretty much wrestling done right, and this is one of those long-term booking done right. Unlike the Darby Allin thing, where they pretty much killed whatever they were doing with the team that's attacking Darby Allin. Wrestling done right can be the most beautiful thing ever, and it makes you be proud to be a wrestling fan. But and that's what I was talking about. If AEW ever wants to be good, they can be really really good, and they can pretty much make wrestling look good. And like Adam Page's rise to the top is the best thing I've ever seen. The best redemption road. And yes, people will bring up the Drew McIntyre thing, and I would have almost put that in the same conversation, except for the fact that Drew McIntyre won the championship when there was no crowd. If there was a crowd, it would have been an unbelievable thing. But because there was no crowd, it kind of killed the whole thing, which is not Drew's fault. But at the same time, Hangman Page didn't suffer from the same thing. He had a crowd behind him. He regained his confidence. He was like a very real person. Whether that was good or bad for me is a topic for another thing. And he finally got over his insecurities and finally ended up conquering his demon and finally became what he was destined to be. This was great storytelling. He even refused to beer to hug the Dark Order. Dark Order might not be my favorite stable, and I would believe that they were people that could have been used. But at the same time, if they're serving as friends for Adam Page, I think they're succeeding at that. I just don't buy them as this act. They couldn't work without Adam Page for me. And it's great storytelling, and I wish AEW does more of that. And that's all I have to say for the match. You can continue. I think Hangman Page like really deserves to win the AEW World Championship. But at the same time, I have a problem with him and Bryan Danielson facing each other because you either going to have Bryan Danielson lose and kill him as an attraction, cool him down, and if let's say Bryan Danielson beats him, you pretty much ending this guy's reign too soon. And it looks like Bryan Danielson is going to be the heel because in the following program, he was the heel. He was being heelish. He was beating up Dark Order members, and he's going to beat up Cold Cabana next week. And if this is the program they're heading with, I guess I would have rather seen Bryan Danielson act as a babyface, but I wouldn't mind him as a heel. But as long as he's winning the world championship, I think Bryan Danielson needs to win the world championship. I don't think Adam Page would, even though it's coming at the expense of Adam Page, you can't have Bryan Danielson lose because Adam Page could have continued already succeeded his story. And if you want to, you can do another road of redemption. But this this needs to fucking. I would want Bryan Danielson to win. I'm kind of rooting for him. But let's see. I don't think he's winning. They're pretty much going to pull Jay Lethal with him. They're going to end the entire match in a TV match, and Bryan Danielson will like just fuck around what wherever he's going to do. But this is like, what, a 4 hour stream, probably the longest stream I've done. and I have to take my leave. And Wolf, if you're going to watch this, thank you for joining. I'll see you people later. If you like the stream, leave a like and subscribe for more awesome content. This is Masturbator signing off. And thank you for the one person, Cyber Ninja Gaming, for joining and confirming that he can hear me. Bye bye.